Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Summit Point Raceway in Summit Point, West Virginia for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. 2 great days of racing coming up here at the Point. I'm Greg Ginsburg. I've got Brian Donati, and I've got Dominic Mandil here with us this weekend. We're going to be bringing you all of the racing action, 8 race groups, many races over the course of the next 2 days. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you all doing today?
Doing just fantastic. Great to be back at a racetrack. I haven't been at one in a very long time,
At least
Greg.
4 days. As all 3 of us, Dominic, Brian, and I had been at Virginia International Raceway for the SCCA's 2022 SCCA National Championship runoffs for the past week or so. We got, as they say, no rest for the weary. And we came in this morning, and we're all pretty darn weary after, for some of us, 10 days down at VIR. Some of us a little bit less, but a lot of time there nonetheless. So, Brian, let's quickly run down. We're going to take a look at the schedule here of activities for the weekend and let you know what's coming up. We've just gone through our qualifying sessions for all 8 groups. And what we're going to then have are heat races or qualifying races, I guess, coming up for those 8 groups. Again, the plan today is to have our first 2 races. That's going to be small bore and also SSM before lunch. We'll have those 2 races. And again, time permitting that we get that second race in, but we should be able to. Those 2 races for lunch will then break an hour for lunch. And then we will have the remaining 6 races after lunch. And for those of you that are watching at home on YouTube or on your phones, you can see we've got the group schedule on that screen. These are going to be 15-lap races that are scheduled, and then we're going to do things all over again tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, starting at 8:15 a.m., we're going to have a 10-lap race for our bracket racing group for the EVSR Bracket Improved Touring Championship race. We will then take about a 40-minute break as we have warm-up sessions for the MARRS feature races, and then we will come back with 20-lap feature races for our first two groups, first three groups, take a break as we then have another 10-lap bracket racing race, and then we wrap things up with our last four races of the day, MARRS feature races. And again, we've got the schedule there listed out on the screen there for you. But let's do this, gentlemen, as we get ready, and we've got just a couple of minutes before our first group heads out. Before we run down the grid, I'm going to ask that everybody here in attendance at Summit Point, please stand, remove your caps if you can, and face the flag for our national anthem. All right, everybody, so let's go racing. And as we get ready for our first group, and they're going to be going out on track in just a few moments, a little bit of a change in weather from what we've seen over the last couple of events here at Summit Point. It's overcast. And of course, we ended Labor Day with some pretty great rain racing, I think. But it's a bit overcast, but the temperature's considerably lower than what we saw, as you would expect, at the beginning of September or in July or in June, as we're now just a little bit over 50 degrees ambient air temperature for our first groups here this morning. Track is still a little on the green side, I think, but certainly these drivers, I think one of the biggest challenges they're going to have is getting some heat in the tires and getting ready to go.
No, absolutely, Greg. I think what you're going to see is that these times are going to get a little bit faster than what we have been seeing in a long time. This is great temperature weather for racing in terms of, obviously the larger motors, the Miatas, the 1.6, everything, when it comes to racing. For brakes, right? You're getting a lot of cool air in there. Doesn't take a lot to overheat some of these. This is I think the perfect weather to be here. A lot of these guys were out here practicing yesterday with the open test. It did get a little bit warmer yesterday. So, what they learned yesterday to really what they're going to learn this, obviously this morning in this 15-lap heat race, it's going to be a little bit different. But listen, most of these drivers have been here quite a bit. So, listen, there's nothing they don't already know, Dominic, right? So, when we get to, in the afternoon, we'll see some of these clouds are supposed to dissipate a little bit more, supposed to get a little bit more sun. We'll see a little bit change, but you're right, Greg. It is very green, right? It has been a lot of rain in this area for a while. Most of these guys went through the same thing that we went through, a week and a half ago, and that was you go from hot temperature 70s, mid 70s, almost 80 to, a little bit cooler to a tropical storm, right?
Exactly.
So, we all live that, and some of these drivers out here live the exact same thing. So real quick before we get started, Dominic, you've got the rundown here for the starting lineup. Why don't you go ahead and give that right now?
Absolutely. So we have a 21-car starting grid for small bore, and starting in the 21st spot, we'll have car number 64, out of Reston, Virginia, driving a Volkswagen Scirocco. That's Larry Friazon. Starting 20th, driving a GT Pinto, car number 14 from College Park, Maryland, David Mapes. Starting 19th, we'll have car number 86 from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, driving a Volkswagen Golf. That's Paul Bahofis. Starting 18th, we'll have car number 40 from Bethesda, Maryland, in a Volvo 142F production. That's James Stem. Our 17th starter will be car number 39 from Silver Spring, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata, Court Wilson. In 16th, we have car number 38 from Reston, Virginia, in a Mazda MX-5. That's Gregory Gale. Graded 15th, we have car number 16 out of Elliston, Virginia, in a GT Pinto. That's Drew Erie. In 14th, we'll have car 73 from Springfield, Virginia, a GT Light Toyota MR2, driven by Gregory Hotz. In 13th, we'll have car number 11 out of Charlestown, West Virginia, in a GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton. In 12th, we have car number 52 from Weehawken, New Jersey, driving a Mazda Miata in STL, Isaac Jordan. In 11th, car number 55 out of Middletown, Maryland, in a Mazda RX-7, that's Matt Wood. Our 10th starter will be car number 50 out of Durwood, Maryland, driving an H-Production Porsche 924, Chuck Allard. In 9th, we'll have car 127 from Thurmont, Maryland, in a Mazda MX-5, a Touring 4 car, driven by Jeff Liller. In 8th, we'll have car number 71 out of Harrisonburg, Virginia, in a Mazda Miata, that is Brad Williams. Starting 7th will be car number 34 from Colts Neck, New Jersey, in a Mazda Miata STL, that's Tom Polino. In 6th, we'll have the 66 car out of Catonsville, Maryland, a Lotus 7 Series 4 in the hands of Jerry Hinkle. Starting 5th is car number 44 from Durwood, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata, and that's Kip Gaynor. Starting in the 4th spot is car number 89 from Oakland, New Jersey, in a Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, Michael Mena. In 3rd, we'll have car 182 from Christiansburg, Virginia, driving a Mazda Miata, and that is Ted Cahall. And now in our front row, we'll have on the outside pole, car number 30 out of Edgewater, Maryland, driving a Baby Grand Chevy Monte Carlo, Danny Strauss. And our pole sitter will be car number 7 from Purcellville, Virginia, driving a Mazda Miata in STL. That's Chris Childs.
I tell you what, gentlemen, looking at this group right now, in Group 1, there's 7 different classes. This is the multi-class racing that we all know and love. I tell you what, it's good to see Danny back in that Baby Grand. That Baby Grand is super fast.
That's right.
He's done a lot of work. It's good to see Chris Childs. We're still waiting on a T-shirt. But it's good to see Chris Childs back, running. I know he's been in and out, and I know that he did a lot of stuff.
And he's been, and Chris with a lot of our prep shops that are here. It's always customer first, and Chris was down at the runoffs for the last 8 or 9 days supporting multiple customers, and it came at the expense of his race program.
Yep.
So good to see him back out, and he had a very strong qualifying session. Our pole sitter in STL right out of the box, besting some of the drivers that have been racing here all season long in STL.
Yeah, looking at some of these other cars going out here, Greg, in this group, one of the things I noticed is Bruce Shelton in that number 11. Remember, he had that incident here over Labor Day weekend. That looks like it is a different car than what he's normally run. I mean, obviously, it looks like a backup car, took the motor probably out and did some things. I have yet to talk to Bruce, this morning or we'll get with him later today, but it does look like that is a different car than his normal, black car. This is the full orange. And again, when you've got, a little bit of tape as your numbers, that looks like that came together at the very end,
minute,
right?
Yeah.
So, Bruce in a different car, full orange. So, if you're at home and you're looking and you got the cameras going this weekend again, right? So far, everything's really working well. So you'll be able to see, you'll know what I'm talking about in that orange car when it pops up.
GT Pinto. Yeah, and so, of course, gentlemen, we're getting down towards the end of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series 2022 season. This is not the last MARRS weekend of the season. We're going to be at New Jersey Motorsports Park in just a few weeks, but we're starting to see some of these championships come together. Of course, these drivers do have the ability to make some drops, and this is why, for example, it was so surprising, as I mentioned, Chris Childs putting the car on pole in STL, because we've got Ted Cahall right now with over 2,000 points, by far and away your points leader in STL. And I have a feeling next person is Isaac Jordan, who's sitting down at just a little bit over 1,300 points. I don't think even with the drops that there is a way for Isaac to come out, especially since he is actually in the field, currently qualified 7th in STL, as we're getting word now that the lights are out on the pace car. If you take a look, you should be able to see that pace car coming into view right now and bringing the field up through turn 8 towards the bridge here as we get ready to go to green flag racing. Now, if we look at some of the other fields right now, for example, in H production, Chuck Allard, who is our pole sitter today in the class in his Porsche 924. He is currently your leader in the points. Ryan McBain running second in a Honda CRX as the field is coming out of turn 10 now, and the starter is looking the field over. And they look fairly well lined up there, and a green flag is in the air, gentlemen. A little strung out at the tail end of the field coming through turn 10. We'll talk about some of those points championships here in just a few moments, as we've got the baby grand of Dan Strauss here, Dom, heading and leading the field all the way down into turn 1.
Yeah, just a little bit of breakout for Danny Strauss. As you mentioned, Greg, Danny has driven a bit sparingly. I think there's been some things to work out with the car this year, but the field does come out of turn 2, and Danny Strauss does rocket ahead to about a 7 car length advantage over Chris Childs. We didn't have, and he's your leader in STL. We didn't have back from there both Ted Cahill and Kip Gaynor, who are running second and third in STL at the moment. And as they come around, we'll get a bit of a better idea of where everybody is running in class and in the overall running order.
I tell you what, guys, when you look down and going into turn 5, and again, if you're watching at home, we've got 4 good camera spots. You can see Chris Childs locking it up going into turn 5 on this first lap with that left front tire on that STL Miata. Danny Strauss getting just a little bit further ahead now over Chris Childs. When they come back around, they're coming through turn 8. There's about a 15, maybe even 16 car length lead. Now, that's not baby grand car, right, lengths. That's a full car length.
That's a full car length.
Baby grands, you kind of get in through the center of the car in the roof and you get in. But as Danny Strauss now comes out of turn 10, Greg, he has opened up a pretty good gap. The thing to look at here is over with Chris Childs and K-Hall. They're the 1-2, and then Kip Gaynor battling with K-Hall for that second position in STL.
Yeah, and at this point, knowing how Childs came into the weekend, he's looking to do some brake pad testing, some equipment testing, I think, to get ready for next season. But a great battle going on right now for second in STL, as we have nose to tail Ted Cahill in the red number 182 machine, and then we've got Kip Gaynor in the light blue and day glow green 44 machine. Coming up right behind them, however, is the F production Lotus 7 of Jerry Hinkle, the number 66 machine, with that small little Lotus trying to find a way through past those Miatas. And I think as we saw it at VIR last week, those little Lotus 7s, obviously they've got some handling advantage, but they can do pretty well in the draft as well. They don't have the aero advantage of some of the newer chassis, but still, right now, Hinkle jumping out to a very early lead over Jim Stem in his Volvo. I guess that would be the antithesis of a Lotus 7.
Yeah, here comes our leaders out of turn 10. I'm going to drop back here a little bit and check out this T4 machine with Michael LaMena and even Jeff Lillard. Normally we see LaMena and Jeremy Butts. Jeremy not running his T4 machine this week. Ran it last week and everything else. But LaMena's got about a 6-car length lead now over Jeff Lillard in that 127. So, again, with Michael LaMena getting stuck in a little bit behind some of this STL traffic, Greg, headed down into turn 1, that's able Jeff Lillard to close the door up by about a car length and a half. So, Dominic, when they come out of turn 2, you should see Jeff Lillard right on the back bumper of Michael LaMena there.
And Brian, that is indeed the case as they make their way out of turn 2 and go up to turn number 3. And they are indeed running nose to tail as they make their way up to turn number 3. And Greg, we were talking about, and as we have Tom Polino drop right side tires and the gravel is able to keep going. As you mentioned, Jerry Hinkle with that with that smaller stature Lotus does really well in the draft and is able to basically, because the other cars punch a big hole in the air, he's really able to, on the other hand, it's not as easy for the other cars to draft off of
him. Yeah, exactly. Or see him, for that matter. If he's trying to affect the pass, maybe where they don't expect it, he has to be very deliberate here in making some of those moves. So we were talking about LaMena maybe getting, and certainly not balked. He was drafting off of the back of Tom Paulino down the front straight here, and I think that where it might have been difficult for the T4 car of LaMena to pop out around Paulino, it definitely gave an advantage to Jeff Liller to make up a lot of ground here. And as they come onto the front straight here and complete lap number 3, we can see now that Jeff Liller right on the rear bumper, and now moving out to the side, moving out driver's right as they come under braking going down into turn 1. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see it happen right now.
Yeah, and as we go 15 laps, I think you're going to see Michael LaMena. He's going to get a little bit faster here towards the end of the race. Michael always tends to set in and try to get comfortable, and then as that car starts to come to him. But Dominic, as they come out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3, again, you got Paulino and Kip Gaynor. That's STL battle. Right. But Jeff Liller now, he's going to start to reel into that one, Dominic, and Michael LaMena is going to be right on his back bumper.
Yeah, and we do see LaMena peek to the right side of Jeff Liller, and Liller was able to complete the inside overtake this last time into turn number 1. We'll still see how that dynamic works out with our leaders in touring 4.
All right, real quick, as we had the field come around to start this race, I was talking about the points championship in H production right now. Chuck Allard is currently your H production MARRS leader with 2,200 points. Ryan McBain in his Honda CRX, who had a very good Labor Day weekend, actually took a couple wins at Labor Day, ran at the National Championship runoffs last week, had some motor issues, and both he and his father spent a good time during the week actually doing motor swaps. And I got a message from Ryan last night that they're actually running in, I believe, in ITA in a Mazda Miata this weekend, primarily because, well, they could rent a car and didn't have to prepare it. So good luck to him. But obviously, Ryan, he's not going to be picking up any points. He's currently sitting second in the championship in H production at 1,675 points. Carlos Schooler in his Toyota MR2, I believe, not here as well. And Paul Beofist. So we've got Allard, we've got Lawrence Freyson. Freyson currently sitting 9th in the championship. And then Paul Beofist in his Volkswagen Golf currently sitting 7th in the championship. That's H production right now.
Tell you what, last time by, Dominic, you and I were both looking out the window here down to the right going into turn 1. You had Jeff Liller and Michael LaMena. They were stuck in that heavy battle with Thomas Paulino and Kip Gaynor. Gaynor and Paulino just had to let them go by, as it looks like we got one car that have come off. That looks like that's going to be the 182. That is Ted Cahall. So looks like his morning here is done. Looks like he may have a left rear tire down, that may have gone flat. That looks pretty low down there. But they had to give that spot up for LaMena and Liller. So as I said, Michael LaMena tends to sit in there, get comfortable in that car the first half of the race. He's better as a follower than a leader in some aspects of it. Here they come out of turn 10 this time by. Again, Liller still leading by about not even a half a car length. LaMena's on the bumper, but now Kip Gaynor, he's going to be second in STL now to Chris Childs. He's getting that draft off of both of those cars. LaMena now trying to make a run into turn 1. Dominic, let's see whether or not he's able to make that stick.
And as they come through turn number 1, Michael LaMena is indeed able to take that position back from Jeff Liller. So Michael LaMena moves up into first spot in touring 4. As they come out of turn number 2, and as you mentioned, Kip Gaynor back there running second currently in STL, about 3 car lengths back from our touring 4s. And then we have the number 34 of Tom Paulino sitting about 5 car lengths back from there, running third place currently in the STL class.
Guys, let me just jump in here. I saw Chuck Allard. I believe that was Allard going down into turn 1 now. I have to take a look at the screen right here. I'm not sure if that does look like Allard. He may have had a problem going down into turn 1. He looked very, very slow coming out. And now if you look at...
and I was going to say, it looks like he's back up the pace now, Brian, but he's got a lot of cars on his bumper that he did not have when he went down under braking.
Actually, that's the 55, Greg. So that's Matt Wood. So that's not... Yeah, so that is not Chuck Allard. So it looks like Matt Wood, who's also running an STL, may have had some sort of an issue or just thought better of letting everybody go, down into turn 1. Here comes the battle we were looking at earlier on with LaMena. LaMena's really starting to open up now over Jeff Liller.
And I was going to say Matt Wood in that number 55 second gen RX-7. I think back in the 80s, people made a lot of confusion between the Porsche 924 and that second gen RX-7. Everybody said that Mazda basically ripped off the styling. So certainly understandable. Congratulations. We know you're an 80s child like I am, so fully understandable.
The blue with the white got me.
Yes.
Dominic, go ahead.
I was going to say, when you put a similar livery on them, it makes it even more
exactly.
Exactly.
The blue and the white numbers really got to me.
All right, so quickly here is we now have going down, and actually I think we have the 55 car going down into in the turn one. Actually, that's the now we're not going to have to worry because Matt Woods in the 55
is in pit lane.
Is now on the pit lane. We'll see if he continues this race, guys. Real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, SSM drivers, please make your way to the grid. SSM drivers, please make your way to the grid.
And good, guys, you're making an announcement. The battle that we're going to want to start paying attention to here is between Chuck Allard and then Larry Friazon in the Volkswagen Scirocco. Looking at our cameras down here, it looks as though Friazon was able to complete the pass on Allard as they crested turn number 3 and then down the chute. Whatever margin that Allard had built up, Friazon was able to find some pace.
And a matter of fact, on the last lap, Friazon was almost a full second faster than the 50 machine of Allard. So let's move Lawrence Friazon in his Volkswagen Scirocco out of Reston, Virginia, now up into second in H production.
And they just came out of turn 8, headed up underneath the bridge, so we'll be able to pick that up coming out of turn 10. As here they come now down out of turn 10, and you're right, he is going to lead over Allard, so he's going to get a little bit of the draft there from that Miata as well. That's actually going to help him get a little bit further from Allard in that 64 machine.
Yeah, and they're locked in right behind Greg Gale, driver of the number 38 STL Mazda MX-5. Gale's running 4th in class currently, but definitely given a good little pull to the Scirocco of Friazon. Now, real quick, as we're talking about MARRS leaders currently, Mike LaMena, who is currently leading, and I think he has gotten back around Jeff Lower, currently your leader in T4. He is currently your championship leader with 2,400 points. We mentioned that Jeremy Butts is not running in T4, at least today. We may see him on track, start from the back of the pack tomorrow. But Butts only 300 or so points back from LaMena currently in the championship. I mean, if Butts can put the car on track, he can definitely close the gap tomorrow's feature race worth 300 points. And then Jeff Liller, who is currently second to LaMena on track, third in the championship, a pretty distant, almost 1,000 points back currently.
Yeah, we'll have to check with Jeremy here later on. Like I said, I know he's running in the SM. We'll see. I know he had a few challenges over the last 10 days. So we'll see whether or not that car is actually okay. Maybe that could be the reason why it's not out here running. But then again, at some point you just got to take times off and not really run. So it's probably best for just to concentrate on certain things. Let's jump back to this little H production in that 64 of Lawrence Friazon and the 50 of Chuck Allard. Friazon now opening up, getting around the other car there in front of him in that Miata. So now he's opening up a bigger gap over Chuck Allard, Dominic.
Yep, so Chuck Allard's going to try to find a way around the 38 of Greg Gale there in the NC MX-5. And they make their way out of turn number 2. And looks as though at this point that Friazon has opened up about a 6-car length lead over Chuck Allard as they make their way into turn number 3. They still have Greg Gale and that MX-5 sitting between them.
Can I tell you, I just going down the front straight right now is just watching the number 73 GT Light Toyota MR2 of Greg Hotz come out of turn 10. Had a heck of a run on the Volvo, the F production Volvo of Jim Stem. You have a little GT Light car against the big brick of that Jim Stem has, and all of a sudden you could see the difference in how those two drivers make power. As Gale had opened up about 3 car lengths on Stem at about the start-finish line, and then all of a sudden you can hear the GT Light car just run out of revs, and Stem is just then getting into the power band of that Volvo, and Gale, who was to the inside, just watched Stem drive right by him on his on his left going into one. Really neat to watch the difference there between the two different classes.
Well, I tell you what, Hotz is going to have a real big battle on his hands. Last time by, when we were watching coming up to turn 3, Drew Early was right on his back bumper. Trying to go through. Again, different class, but Drew Early had the run. Here they come out of 10, and we'll see. It looks like it's opened up a little bit.
Yeah, and Erie's sitting back behind that battle again as it comes out of 10 now, door to door, side by side between Stem and Hotz with the Toyota. But Uri is right back behind him in their draft, and this time the GT Light car manages to get around the F Production Volvo.
Okay, this last time through, we did have a momentarily a position change in STO. We had we had Tom Polino. I'm getting my liver mixed up there. We had we had Tom Polino overtake Kip Gaynor. However, when they went into turn 5, those two were door to door. So we'll have to see if Polino was able to hold on to that spot. And indeed, he actually looks as though Kip Gaynor was able to retake that spot.
Yeah, and that is the battle for second right now in STL as Chris Childs has opened up. Now almost a half-minute advantage. Now, and we can see them now. They're all grouped together, all three of them, along with Jeff Liller, I think, going down into turn 1 all together.
Yeah, kind of all battling there together. Again, Michael Amena leading that T4. He's got probably about a 25, 30 car length lead over, that battle with Gaynor, Polino, and Liller. Liller just trying to, try to stay up in there with both of them as Polino and Gaynor go through turn 3, Dominic. Liller just kind of backing out of it, knows he doesn't have a move there. No sense in getting into that battle.
And one thing I've noticed for the last few laps is that Polino's been getting great runs, been rolling a lot of speed through turn number 3 here, and is able to use that momentum to get alongside Kip Gaynor on almost every lap and gives him the advantage going down into turn number 5, Greg.
All right, guys, real quick, is we now have, I believe, just 4 laps remaining here in our opening race of the weekend. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 2, that's SSM. If you could please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 2, SSM, please make your way to the grid.
Yeah, as our leader, Danny Strauss, he's going through turn 3. He's going through some of the lap traffic right now. Going to, try to work his way through that. Again, that becomes where, Greg, we start talking, and Dominic, we start talking about, H production, all the different classes. Well, he doesn't really have a very big car. And when I say it's very big, it's not very tall. So It is hard to see. So when some of these guys are making moves and trying to race against other people in their class, Danny has to be very, very protective. Here comes Danny now out of turn 10. So he's got to be very protective of, what the passes are that he's making. Dominic?
Right.
And Brian, we do have side-by-side with our STO second and third at the moment. And coming down the front straightaway, Tom Polino went to driver's left and tried to use the radius of the turn, tried to open it up to get alongside, and at the moment still has a nose ahead of Kip Gaynor and holds on to second spot in STL.
And, I was just watching Bruce Shelton, who is currently our leader in GT Pinto and currently our championship leader in the class. And, Brian, I believe that is his father's race car, and at the Labor Day double, when we had that incident on the front straight at the start of one of our 3 small bore races that Bruce had gotten caught up in, I believe the next day he had come back with his father's old GT Pinto, and so they just put the number 11 on that car. But good to see that. And again, Drew Erie right now running about 15 seconds off of Shelton's times in second. David Mapes running in third. Mapes known, I think, probably more so for that beautiful Dodge that he brings out here very often. Good to see him running in GT Pinto here this weekend. He is sitting about 20 seconds off of Erie in third.
Yeah, here comes our leader, Danny Strauss. Now he's going to get he's going to have 2 to go here at the line. So this race winding down really, really quickly as Danny Strauss setting those, his best time 121, that time there 127. But again, he's starting to work through some of these, some of the traffic here a little bit. Had to go through that H production battle probably a lap and a half ago, last time by. So it looks like here comes Chris Childs, that's your leader in STL. So that battle that Dominic was talking about between Polino and Gaynor, they should be getting ready to come out of turn 10 here any moment. I look at the camera, I'm not seeing them right now, so we'll see whether or not. But I know that back behind there, because here comes Jerome Hinkle, that's your third overall, your leader in F production. Then you should have LaMena coming up through here momentarily. There's the battle going up to turn 8 now, guys, that we were talking about with Gaynor and Polino. So they should be coming through here now.
And I should just note with Jerome Hinkle in his Lotus coming underneath Jim Stem in the Volvo, now putting Stem a lap down in H production.
Greg, we got a problem here with Michael LaMena slowing down on the front stretch. That's allowed Gaynor and Polino, whether or not he was just trying to get out of the way, but now he's going to pull back up into the racing line in front of Jeff Liller as they go down, and Polino and Gaynor are side by side, but LaMena may have been trying to back out of that, Greg, just to not get in their way.
Yeah, not to get in their way and initiate a last lap battle between he and Liller, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not sure really what that was unless he got really, really loose. And our leader, Danny Strauss, now he's going to come up on the back of that maybe here. It looks like they're going to get the one to go board. So Danny is working his last lap. So it looks like these guys are going to have about a lap and 3/4 to figure this out. But not sure if LaMena got loose coming out of 10 and had to really collect it, or just kind of was trying to get out of that way.
All right, real quick, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, because it's a big one, and they're not all there. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for SSM race group number 2. SSM drivers, please make your way to the grid. Head to the grid. Your race is up next. SSM, please head to the grid now.
So, Dominic, here comes the battle we've been talking about. They should be coming up here out of turn 10 momentarily, but now it looks like Gaynor's got really pulled ahead of Polino. That's second place. Again, that's working. Now LaMena seems to be back up to speed here. Whether or not he can hold off Jeff Liller or not, he moves kind of to the center. Maybe he does have a little bit of an issue. He's going to let Liller go by, it looks like, not to hold him up. So we'll have to check on that probably at lunchtime to see whether or not LaMena has it. He's going side by side, but I still think Jeff Liller is going to be able to pull that off. I don't think LaMena is up to full speed.
All right, so coming across the line, taking the checkered flag, is your winner here today in our first race of the day, Daniel Strauss, our sole SPU driver, driving his Chevy Monte Carlo Baby Grand. He's out of Edgewater, Virginia, and he takes the checkered flag. Congratulations to Mr. Strauss, as we now have, coming out of turn 10, driving the STL number 7 Mazda Miata, and coming in second overall, first in class. It's the angry sheep himself. It's Chris Childs.
And guys, we were talking about this H production. Lawrence Frazion has not come by the start-finish line. Chuck Allard just went by. So Chuck Allard's going to pick up the win in H production. So I'm not sure. There comes Frazion right now. So I'm wondering if he either had a problem there, Dominic, or thought he had already taken the checkered flag.
Yeah, let's take a look here, because I am showing Frazion is in second place currently, and he's coming down the pit lane at the moment in his Volkswagen Scirocco. He may have had some issues with that car. So we'll have to watch here, because if Paul Beofis comes out of turn 10 on track in his Volkswagen Golf, he's going to come home in second in H production.
So they're giving him the checkered flag there on pit lane for H production. I don't believe they realize he has yet to take the checkered flag. He may be telling them that. But they gave it to him anyway, so that may be a little bit of a battle between him and Chuck in the at the scales, right?
There might be a tug of war going on back in tech here.
No, you can have it. Nope, I get it. Nope, you get it. Nope, I get it. So yeah, we'll have to check on that. But like I said, the last time by when I looked at it, it does show Chuck Allard as your winner in H production. So
all right, so let's do this. Let's go. We'll break things down here by class. Again, taking the overall win and our sole driver in SPU, that was Dan Strauss in the number 30 Chevy Monte Carlo. In STL, taking the win, Chris Childs out of Purcellville, Virginia, in his number 7 Mazda Miata. Kip Gaynor ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. He comes home in second. Tom Paulino will finish third. Greg Gale fourth. Isaac Jordan finishes fifth in STL. Taking the win in H production, Chuck Allard in his number 50 Porsche 924. Lawrence Frazion, we're showing him in second. Paul Beofist coming home in third. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win in class. Drew Airy will finish second. David Mapes will finish in third. In F Production, Jerry Hinkle finishes with the win in his Lotus Series 7. He's out of Catonsville, Maryland. Jim Stem finishes a lap down from Hinkle in his Volvo 142. In T4, Mike LaMena manages to hold off Jeff Liller. He takes the win. And finally, our sole finisher in GT Light is Gregory Hott. So what we're going to do, we are going to take a quick little break. We've just been given the 5-minute warning on the grid for STL. Actually, what we're going to do, we're not going to take a big break. I'm going to play one of our spots. I'm going to play our presenting sponsor, that is OG Racing. And when we come back, we're going to run down a very long grid for SSM. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Summit Point Raceway and the October MARRS presented by OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway. It didn't take long. You are watching, if you're on YouTube, you're watching the October MARRS. If you're here at Summit Point Raceway, well, hopefully you're watching the October MARRS as well. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dom Mandio and Brian Donati.
I got to tell you what, I'm not sure if Gregory Hotz realized that there is no victory laps going on Saturdays. He got his checker flag, and he was so excited. He put it in gear, and well, he's back out on the racetrack trying to finish a lap. So I guess he thought maybe he needed to do it. So that'll give us a few extra minutes here. But I tell you what, Greg, why don't I go ahead and start the rundown?
It's 40 cars long. We might as well start now in SSM, our next group. And I might also add that this will be our last race before lunch. We'll come back and we will bring you 6 more races after lunch today.
I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and start it off here. Starting 38 in the number 30, looks like 38, starting in the 177 from Virginia Beach, Virginia, Thomas Lasinski. Starting 37th from Haymarket, Virginia, in the number 70, that is going to be Tim Benjamin. Starting 36th from Falls Church, Virginia, in the number 74, that's John Gordon. Starting 35th from Ashburn, Virginia, the number 40 of John Grayer. Starting 34th, and now, gentlemen, this is going to be a new one for me. Starting in the question mark number.
It's Racer X.
It's Racer 6548836.
That's like 8675309, yeah.
So if you're starting 34th, well, hopefully you know who you are.
Because we don't.
Starting 33rd from Trapp, Maryland, in the number 36 of Stephen Rollo. Starting 32nd from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, in the number 6 of James Roberts. Starting 31st from Knoxville, Maryland, in the number 96, that's Patrick Scarrett. Starting in the 30th position from Leesburg, Virginia, in the number 24 of Steve Wolfson. Starting 29th from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, the number 73 of David Gambino. Starting 28th from Weehawken, New Jersey, in the number 52 of Isaac Jordan. Starting 27th in the number 44 from Hedgeville, West Virginia, that's Michael Monahan. Starting 26th from Sykesville, Maryland, in the 04 of Adam Violetal. Starting in the 25th position from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, the number 113 of John Moyer. Starting 24th from Ellicott City, Maryland, in the 51, that's John Maslin. Starting 23rd from Washington, D.C., the number 7 of Davey Ahern. Starting 22nd from Rockville, Maryland, in the number 12 of Greg Cirillo. Starting 21st from Herndon, Virginia, the 123 of Kalen Crocker. Starting 20th from Nokesville, Virginia, the number 88 of Jay Bindrum. Starting 19th from Berryville, Virginia, the number 2 of Mark Philcroft. Starting 18th from Haymarket, Virginia, in the number 92, that's Victor Bruni. Starting 17th from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, the number 25 of Gary Schenk. Starting 16th from Frederick, Maryland, the number 37 of Ryan Franklin. Starting 15th from Herndon, Virginia, the number 89 of Jamison Huffman. Starting 14th from McLean, Virginia, in the 101, that's Meyer Alzot. Starting 13th from Townsend, Maryland, the number 56 of Jeff Horowitz. Starting 12th from Frederick, Maryland, the number 23 of Jonathan Franklin. Starting 11th from Midlothian, Virginia, the number 10 of Ben Jones. Starting 10th from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 121 of Frank DeBersey. Starting 9th from Winchester, Virginia, the number 14 of Andy O'Brien. Starting 8th from Bristow, Virginia, the number 75 of Deacon Greenfield. Starting 7th from Baltimore, Maryland, the number 32 of Scott O'Rourke. Starting 6th from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. Starting 5th from Dayton, Maryland, the number 15 of Ryan Maloney. Starting 4th from Springfield, Virginia, the 07 of David Stern. Starting 3rd from Baltimore, Maryland, the 06 of Neil O'Rourke. And starting on the front row and starting 2nd from Sterling, Virginia, the 33 of Tristan Herbert. And starting on the pole, time 1:27.432 from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, it's Richard Roman.
All right, and there you go. And this is a bit of a surprise to see him out. We didn't think he'd be out running this weekend, but a big 38-car field. And, Brian, as we go and we take a look at where we are in the championship standings with just one more weekend remaining, Ryan Maloney, currently your points leader at 2,280 points. Not all that far back from there, only 230 points back. David Stern and Rich Roman at 2013, a very good year, by the way. Currently third in the championship. We have had this season over 70 different drivers race in SSM, 73 to be exact. But the reason I say that I'm a little surprised to see Rich Roman out here racing today is he had a very big week last week at Virginia International Raceway, Dom.
Yeah, absolutely. Rich Roman last weekend made his runoffs debut in the B-Spec class, running a Mini Cooper. And as Rich explained in the post-race interview and a lot of the lead-up, he and fellow Mini Cooper pilot Steve Introne had constructed a plan. They ran here in the U.S. Majors Tour event that happened in April, and basically they ran nose to tail throughout that event, and so they thought if we can make it work here, then we can make it work.
They made it work at Watkins Glen a couple weeks, about 2 months later, and at Virginia International Raceway for the runoffs, they started off on the very first test day, a full week before their race, with the exact same plan. They tried to judge who was going to be the faster of the two cars at Virginia International Raceway. It turned out to be Steve Introne. And they worked together, worked nose to tail, multiple sessions a day on Saturday, Sunday, Monday for test days, and then over 3 days of qualifying. They were the two fastest drivers each and every day. They started on the front row of the national championship race, kept to the plan. And Rich Roman, he did not get the win, but he was a great wingman for our new national champion in B-Spec, Steve Introne. Rich Roman finishes second in class and ran a great race, very defensive, had to hold off 10-time national champion David Doherty, the reigning national champion in B-Spec, as well as a few other drivers. Just ran masterfully. And, Brian, we were talking to Rich after he had come home and gotten out of impound that day. Had dinner with he and a lot of the RP crew that evening, and he basically said that Introne had questions whether or not he would keep to the plan, and I guess probably the biggest issue was convincing Steve Introne that he was a stand-up guy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to speak with Rich on that Sunday morning, during the broadcast that you were doing there with inside the SCCA, and Steve was, again, just came right out and said, I wasn't 100% sure what was going on, right, whether or not we would stick to that plan. That plan was stuck to 100%. I think, the class of the driver that Rich is and understands really about racing and motorsports. It's our cars are now coming up out of turn 8, coming up onto the bridge. That was his whole entire plan, right? His whole entire plan was, if I've got to race and be, defensive, then we've got to stick to the plan, and that's what they did. So we'll get back to that later on. Now we've got a bigger issue, and that is that all 38 cars now are hopefully going to take the start here as they're starting to go, and they're getting waved off, Greg.
Yeah, the field is being waved off, and this might create some problems as they come down into turn number 1 as this start is being waved off, as there was not a very well-formed field coming out of turn 10. This is the second time we've seen this season and in SSM. And again, a rather large field. They were given 2 pace laps to go and get well situated. And earlier this year, when we had I think it was Dom in July that we had actually 2 laps in a row, 2 starts in a row waved off for this group. There were some, I don't want to say complaints, but there was some concern out of the SSM community afterwards about the efficacy of waving off a start because the fields are so large and it is so hard to see or hear whether or not drivers have gotten into the throttle or not. They were worried about the back end of the field basically creating this huge accordion.
And that's what it looked like here, right? From our vantage point, it looked like it's the back half of the field. You get the front half, right? Those guys are, always up in there. They do it. You get a couple guys that, hey, I don't want to go barreling into 30-some cars strong, so I'm going to lay back a little bit. Well, then next thing you know, you've got another driver saying the same thing, then another driver, then another driver. Now you've got 10 drivers that are saying the exact same thing to each other and into their minds and their helmets. Next thing you know, you've got the back half of the field that gets all spread out.
Right.
And the starter just doesn't like that, right? The starter wants to see everybody in line. So it wasn't that our front half of the field was going between Rich and Tristan and, all the way back to, Neil and David Stern and Ryan Maloney Hotz. All those guys really started to do it as they're starting to regroup now, again, coming out of turn 8. Again, the front half of this field looks collected. We'll have to see what happens in the back half. That's what goes through your mind.
And this is the challenge when you have 20 rows, 2 by 2,
correct,
coming up and onto a front straight, which points downhill and very hard to see where that starter stand is. As once again, Rich Roman with Tristan Herbert, former Pirelli World Challenge champion, here on the front row, and we have a green flag, and a very early green flag. I don't think our starters want to run the risk of the field stretching out again, as our inside row, Rich Roman and Neil O'Rourke, pushing to a very early start, and it looks like Herbert, who may not have gotten the best of starts on that outside lane, almost 2 full car lengths back, but as they go into turn 1, Herbert a little bit later on the brakes, and we should see coming out of turn 2, Dom, that perhaps Herbert has made his way back around Neil O'Rourke as they come towards you.
And as they do come out of 2, Tristan Herbert does have the field covered at the moment. However, Rich Roman trying to send it up the inside of Dave Stern, so that's going to push Dave Stern back to 3rd, and then we have Neil O'Rourke and Ryan Maloney drafting together, and now I believe that's going to, we'll see on our cameras where Stern ends up, but he's going to get shuffle back just a little bit.
You're right, Dominic. I think Dave Stern's going to get shuffled back. The odd man out there was Neil O'Rourke. O'Rourke now sitting in 3rd place going through turn 5, but coming up out of turn 2, coming up into turn 3, you're right. Herbert got a great run off the corner out of 2, was able to get in front of Rich Roman. Rich Roman was able to go ahead and stay that position and be able to propel himself all the way up into 2nd place there. And then O'Rourke ends up catching up to that group, to those 2 right there, as it looks like coming out of turn 8 now. Again, it is still Herbert, Roman, and O'Rourke. That's going to be your top 3 as they come to turn 10. We'll see whether or not that holds up or if anybody else gets a draft out of it.
All right, and as they come out of turn 10, it is Tristan Herbert, your leader. He should be your leader coming and completing what is actually lap number 2, as our first lap was under full course caution. Rich Roman directly behind him, another 2 car lengths back to Neil O'Rourke in that green 06 car, and then Ryan Maloney in the number 15 machine right behind him. But as they come under braking going into turn 1, we then have that compression with Stern, Hotz, O'Rourke, and Greenfield up in 8th, now all compressing down into a one big pack, a big gap then, Dom, when we go back to Frank DeBersey sitting in 9th.
Yeah, we do have our top 8 running line of Stern at the moment as they make their way up to turn number 3. As you mentioned, Frank DeBersey leading that second pack. He's followed by Ben Jones and then Jeff Horowitz. As everyone looks to be just settling in here, the field basically running the big line all the way through at this moment.
Tell you what, look for Maloney and Stern to work together, gentlemen. They're parked next to each other. They help each other out a lot. David's been going through some challenges with that car this year, probably not up to where he normally should be. So look for Stern and Maloney to work together as we start to get to the back half of this race. They will work to try to catch up to that Herbert, Roman, and O'Rourke, because I guarantee you those 3 are not going to stay in line single file when we get to the back half of this race, as here comes out of turn 10. And now it looks like we're going to have a new leader, gentlemen, and that is going to be the 11 of Rich Roman over Tristan Herbert. Then throw O'Rourke, Maloney, then Stern, then Hotz, then Scott O'Rourke, then the 75 of Deacon Greenfield. That's your top 8 going through the start-finish line.
Yeah, and as they came out of 10, the last 2 in that pack, Scott O'Rourke in the 32 machine, the 75 of Deacon Greenfield, falling off the back of that lead 6 cars just a little bit, and as they go into turn 1, they close things down to about a car length and a half, but again, a very large gap, Dom, back to the next group, led by Frank DeBersey in the 121 machine, almost 20 car lengths separating our first pack from our second.
And early on in the going here, as we mentioned on the start, we had Maloney and Stern working together to try to move themselves up. Those two, as we've seen throughout this year, have done very well to cooperate and work together throughout races. We'll see as the dynamic with the front pack works out if they're able to stay together and work together. But I've seen those two really make a dynamic duo at the front end of the field, particularly during the season.
At one point, we did have a waving and a standing really quickly there in 1. It looks like they started to throw that up there. It looks like at turn 5, little car getting sideways going down in there. Here comes our leaders. Here comes our front 8 out of turn number 8, headed up underneath the bridge up into turn 10. We'll see, but it looks like all 8 of those cars are going to still stay nose to tail. A little bit of gap between David Stern and John Hotz. John Hotz being kind of the odd man out of this front 8-car group as Tristan Herbert leads over Rich Roman by about 0.2 of a second. Then you've got Neil O'Rourke, Ryan Maloney, David Stern. Again, I talked about John Hotz kind of on an island by himself as now the sun starts to come out. But you've got Scott O'Rourke and Deacon Greenfield. That is actually going to probably help John Hotz if those two can stay nose to tail and catch him. That may help them get a lead, as I know going into turn 1 there, Dominic. Greenfield, he's going to drop off a little bit from that Scott O'Rourke machine as he ended up over braking the turn and missing it a little bit, so now he's dropped back. We'll see whether or not he's got to catch up.
And looking at our second back here, Ben Jones was able to overtake Frank DeBersey this last lap. So Ben Jones now leading that this little second train we have forming here. And as I mentioned before, everyone seems to kind of be setting into their rhythm. And I noticed the last lap we had Dave Stern and Ryan Maloney working together. We'll see if that teamwork is able to persist throughout.
You talk about Ben Jones. Ben Jones is getting better and better and better with every single race. This year has been a very good year for Ben. Sitting there in 9th, and it's not like some of the top runners are not here, right? I mean, the only one that I can think of really that's not here is the 42 of Jonathan Evans. Who's normally up there, in this class, right? So again, Ben Jones getting better. That car is getting better. He's starting to understand it and feel it better. As here comes our leaders now crossing the start-finish line again to complete lap 5 with about 10 to go here. We talked about Maloney and Stern. They are starting to work together. They're starting to reel in the 06 there of Neil O'Rourke, and then Hotz and Greenfield starting to catch back up to Scott O'Rourke.
Yeah, and it looks like now is Greenfield trying to get back into that battle here. Closes up about 2.5 car lengths on O'Rourke as we now have going door-to-door, side-by-side, coming into 3, that battle for the lead, Dom.
Yeah, we have Tristan Herbert to driver's left, trying to get a nose ahead of Rich Roman, but Rich Roman's having none of that at the moment. They're going to go side by side, and then Neil O'Rourke and Ryan Maloney both poking their nose in there for our lead battle.
Two members of the Blue Man Group right there. They're going in. That's what they call themselves. So I can tell you what, those two are sitting there smiling, watching those two go side by side going through turns 3, between Roman and Herbert. That is just going to open the door. And not only is it going to open the door for them two, it's also going to open the door there for Hotz and then Scott O'Rourke and Greenfield. So I wouldn't count any of those top 8 guys out right now, Dominic.
And we did have the 14 of Andy O'Brien take a stop on pit road. I'm not sure if he's getting service or has an issue, but he is currently sitting.
He's still sitting there. So yeah. So here comes our leaders now. Again. And Herbert and Roman, they got that straightened out there. They're starting to pull away a little bit by about a car length and a half over the O'Rourke. But then, like I said, Maloney and Stern. Now, look, they look like, Dominic, going down into turn 1. Maloney may look to make a move. I'm not sure Stern's going to be able to clear that if he pushes Maloney there. So, again, Stern back inside as Maloney and O'Rourke started to go side by side into 1.
Yeah, and you saw there how that third car in that little group, David Stern, quickly pulled back over driver's left to slot in back behind Neil O'Rourke as they now come down here. And once again, we're starting to see that the back half of that pack, or the back portions of that pack, starting to separate. It is starting to turn in, especially as we see here now with 9 laps to go out of 15 laps. If we're starting to see O'Rourke and Maloney and maybe Stern starting to battle this early, it might be the advantage that Herbert and Roman need, Dom, in order to separate themselves out from the rest of the field.
And with this top group in SSM, of course, all these drivers drive together very often, and they tend to know each other's tendencies. But the thing with SSM is that you might have a plan going into the race to work with somebody, but the fact that the order can get jumbled up at any time, at any corner, on any given lap, and so you're having to basically adjust your race plan and strategy accordingly and try to work with whoever might be next to you at a given time.
You're absolutely correct. You've got to make that plan with somebody there. I know that I've even tried to do that when I've driven. Of course, everybody looks at me and goes, "I'm not working with you," but yeah, right. You only do this once every 2 or 3 years. But our leaders, as they go down into 1. But you're right, Dominic. You've got to have a partner, and you got to stick with that partner, and stay there the entire time. Leaders going down into turn 1. I'm going to jump back just a little bit further back to this Ben Jones sitting in 9th, Meyer Alzad in 10th, Frank DeBerzi, and then Jamison Huffman along with Jeff Horowitz as they go by the start-finish line. That's another battle. Again, that's not for your top 5, but that's 9th through 13th, almost 14th with Jonathan Franklin. Throw him in there. Yeah. That's just 2 big, huge groups battling on the racetrack. That's the parity. That's what this class is all about.
Yeah, and I was going to say a little bit further back, I was just watching Gary Schenk, or probably not Gary Schenk, but Ryan Franklin in the number 37, Mark Flitcroft in the 2, and then the 92 machine of Victor Bruni. And I think Vic is coming off a high as well this
he
week.
Partied a little bit after last Saturday.
I think he's still trying to get over the hangover. Of course, Vic's son Nick, who we all know very well. He's been racing here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series for years and years. Last year finished 2nd at the National Championship runoffs at Indianapolis, and this year, and a big congratulations to Nick Bruni. He is your 2022 SCCA National Champion in Spec Miata, and Vic, the father, of course, taking all the credit in the world for it.
So I tell you what, guys, here's our leaders now. They just went across the start-finish line. They're going to start coming up on the 123 of Kellen Crocker, Tim Benjamin, and the John Grayer. They are now headed into turn 1. They're going to be side by side. That group gets way far drivers left, headed into 1, gets way out of the way of the leaders. Fantastic move by those 3 to let the leaders just go by and continue to battle it out. Tristan Herbert opening up by about half a car length there, Dominic, coming out of turn 2 over Rich Roman and Neil O'Rourke. Those 2 could start to work together. Tristan Herbert could be a sitting duck at the end of this race.
And Tristan Herbert does drop right side tires, and the gravel is able to keep going. And Right back there is David Stern and Ryan Maloney pushing together. And at the moment, they're not in a bad position as far as the draft is concerned to catch back up running in 4th and 5th. You do want to have just a little bit of distance between you and the person in front of you in order for that draft to be effective.
Right, I tell you what, Tristan Herbert, as you just said, going 2 wheels off, that's the Cop Motorsports line, right? If they don't have that, they can't run,
They can't.
seems.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so.
All right, so just got word from over at Station 9 that Davey Ahern, driver of the number 7 machine, had gone off wide. We may have seen the starts of it on the camera view here over at turn 8, but he impacted the tire wall lightly. He has managed to continue. Not an uncommon thing there if you turn in a little bit early at turn 8. Also interesting to note, as you mentioned, Brian, as our leaders are coming up on Callan Crocker. Crocker was our driver who went off very early over at turn 1. He was running 20th at the time. He had another off. He is sitting all the way back in 36th position, so now we know where our lead pack is lapped up to.
Yeah, and here comes our leaders now. They're coming out of turn 2, Dominic. And again, Roman has caught back up to Herbert. It's now a 3-car battle there, gentlemen, between Herbert, Roman, and O'Rourke as they've opened up about a 10-car length gap over Maloney and Stern. Again, those two guys staying nose to tail.
And the one driver at the moment who's sitting on the island alone is the 63 of John Hotz, sitting in the 6th position, a little bit far back from our lead 5, and then a little bit further back from both, and then a little bit ahead of both Scott O'Rourke and Deacon Greenfield. And Greenfield, who's currently running the 8th spot, has been working on a project race car, a Honda CRX that he's affectionately named Roxanne.
Roxanne, yes, or Roxy, exactly. That they've been building it up, hoping to run it starting next year in STU. And as Roger Troxel and myself and a number of people have tried to tell him, that's going to be STU now is turning into a very big money class, and they've got a lot of development work ahead of them in that CRX.
So here comes our leaders now out of turn 10. Again, as I mentioned before, this time by there'll be 5 to go. Tristan Herbert, Rich Roman, Neil O'Rourke, those 3 have kind of set sail a little bit over Maloney and Stern. And you're right, I think nobody told John Hotz, hey, I want to partner with you, because he is all by himself there, because you drop back probably 30 car lengths to Scott O'Rourke and Deacon Greenfield. Deacon Greenfield catching back up to Scott O'Rourke. So we'll have to see within that 5 laps whether or not they can catch John Hotz.
So, I talked a little bit earlier during the small bore race about Ryan McBain. I thought he was going to be racing the Miata in ITA. Turns out, actually, it's an SSM car right now. Ryan McBain sitting 32nd in class in the number 72 machine. Also, 2 drivers nose to tail right now. Pat Sharkett, who has been a long-time instructor here at Summit Point, was a many years instructor here at Summit Point, and I think it's been a couple years away for him in the number 96 machine. He's out here. Also, Dave Gambino. That is the son of Joel Gambino, our reigning MARRS ITA champion. Those 2 drivers currently running now 27th and 28th, as Joel Gambino now coming out of 10 and onto the front straight manages to get around Sharkett's number 96 machine.
Tell you what, just battles going all over this racetrack. And like I said earlier, this is what makes this class such, a driver's, class to get into, because, it's all about the skill and the talent that you have, and understanding really what you need, to get this class. As here comes our leaders now, Greg. I tell you what, Tristan Herbert moves all the way to the driver's left. Roman starts to follow him over to the right, then pulls back to the left. Dominic, I think they're going to be side by side going in through turn 1. Neil O'Rourke's going to sit there and determine which one is he going to go with.
And as they make their way out of turn number 2, we will find out. At the moment, it is Tristan Herbert who has Rich Roman pushing him up to turn number 3. And then we have Neil O'Rourke sitting in 3rd, about 2 car lengths back from our lead 2. And then Maloney and Stern running in lockstep. However, they're about 6 to 7 car lengths back at the moment. However, they'll be trying to reel them in as they have been pushing throughout this entire race.
And here's another part of this class, and it is about tires, right?
Yeah.
Not a big thing, but it is about tires.
Toyo RA1's my friend.
Yeah, whoever has the freshest from the year, that's who's really going to be moving up and making some ground. As we drop back a little bit further, coming down through turn 1, we've got just a gaggle of cars. That looks like Phil Croft and all of that group right there as they start to come out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. Philcroft leading that. That is actually going to be for 16th, 17th, all the way really through 20th.
All right, and it looks like we've got a car off over at turn 8.
That is O'Rourke.
Yeah, that is the 06 machine of Neil O'Rourke. He impacted the tire wall briefly there. It looks like he has rejoined, but that will likely drop him back in the pack. And as we see our leaders come and cross the stripe, it's once again Tristan Herbert and Rich Roman. Herbert to driver's right, Roman to driver's left, and then a large gap back to Ryan Maloney and David Stern. Maloney now running in third, Stern running in fourth.
And here comes Neil O'Rourke right there. So the car able to continue going, but you're right, Greg. When you look out of the camera, turn 8, you can clearly see where he did collect that tire wall. So it looks like during lunch they're going to, we're side by side going into 3, Dominic.
Yeah, we're door to door with Herbert and Roman up to turn 3. And you had mentioned that there was a considerable gap from Herbert and Roman back to Maloney and Stern. If those two keep going side by side through corners, that gap will visibly come down.
Yeah, and when they cross the stripe this next time by, only going to have 2 laps remaining in what became a 14-lap race under green here for SSM. Also wanted to mention, and with a great run here today, his very first time running in Spec Miata. He's currently running 20th in the number 12 machine. Greg Cirillo is a multi-time MARRS winner in Spec Racer Ford. Sold the car a couple of months ago and taking his first swipe at SSM, finding it to be a very tough field here, but sitting right about middle of the pack.
The toughest thing to understand about these when you go from a car that's got some horsepower, and we'll take a look at, you know what, I'll pick up that story here later on, guys. But here comes our leaders now. It is being led by Rich Roman, Tristan Herbert going all the way to driver's right. Now throw in Ryan Maloney, David Stern. They're all nose to tail. They're going to come back on the car of Steve Wolfson as they start to head down into turn 1. There's 2 to go. So this is going to be a heck of a battle.
And Herbert goes all the way from driver's right to driver's left to driver's right again, tries to come underneath Roman. A lot of brake lock up in the rear from Tristan Herbert, and as they come out of turn 2, Dom, it looks like Herbert has been able to take the point and might be dragging some people along with him.
Yeah, absolutely, and Rich Roman goes to the inside, really dives into the turn and has the nose ahead. However, we do have Steve Wolfson, who they have to get out, and Tristan Herbert had to check up there to avoid running into the back of the 24 car there. So
and being pushed by, sorry, Dominic, being pushed by Ryan Maloney there to try to get in there, that almost could have gotten a little bit hairy.
It could have been very ugly as Roman had the inside position, came out of the corner, driver's left, and that really left Herbert with nowhere to go except to the rear bumper of the slower car of Steve Wolfson there. And again, we had 2 cars right behind him. We had Stern and we had Maloney practically pushing Herbert right up to Wolfson. There was nothing for him to do.
Well, coming out of turn 8 now, it does look like Rich Roman is going to be leading over Tristan Herbert. They've pulled away by about a half a car length over Maloney and Stern. Maybe give it 2 car lengths now. Coming out of turn 10, they're going to be getting the 1 to go board right here. It is Rich Roman leading Tristan Herbert by about, I wouldn't even say by anything. And then you've got about a 4 car lengths back to Maloney and David Stern. Those 2 are going to try to hook up. Tristan Herbert going all the way over to driver's left, Diamond, almost right, exactly, right rear tire in the grass, continues going, locks it up heavy, trying to outbrake Rich Roman. Dominic, I tell you what, that's going to be tough to do because
Brian, we have 2 cars, possibly 3, right at the apex of turn 5. So we're going to have a local caution down there as our leaders are now coming down the hill, and they're going to encounter that. So limited number of corners as some of those drivers are now sneaking their way, getting away from the wall. Looks like we still have at least 1 car now backing up, trying to make his way around, I believe, as our leaders are coming down the hill now.
Yeah, here they come, that waving yellow. That car is able to get going, but I tell you what, our leaders, Greg, Rich Roman, Tristan Herbert, Maloney, and Stern, they have come impacted or going around those. Dominic.
Hey, guys, as I was watching up into turn number 3, both Roman and Herbert were trying to get around one of the slower cars. Those 2 ended up splitting the car. 1 went to the left, 1 went to the right, and Tristan Herbert went nearly 4 off on driver's right in order to avoid him and to keep going.
All right, so our leaders now on the very last lap here at Summit Point in SSM, coming up the hill and under the bridge, and as they come out of turn 10, Rich Roman, he has the lead as Herbert goes for a long ride through the gravel trap. He's going to give up second as Rich Roman now comes across the line. He is your winner with a great run out of turn 10. The number 15 machine, Ryan Maloney, he finishes in second. David Stern, he's going going to take the last step on the podium. Tristan Herbert, after going for Mr. Toad's wild ride through the gravel trap at turn number 10, the number 33 machine is going to finish just off the podium in fourth. John Hotz in the number 63
We got another one out at turn 10. It looks like
that's the 121 of Frank Taberzi.
Yeah,
is that Taberzi there?
Who is out of turn 10.
Yeah, so we'll check here. Yeah, and Taberzi in the 121 machine was running 10th at the time. And so Greenfield works his way up to 6th. Great run for him. Scott O'Rourke finishes in 7th. Neil O'Rourke, who had that off just with about 5 laps to go, he's going to finish 8th. Ben Jones will round out the top. Well, actually, I take that back. Ben Jones will finish 9th. Jamison Huffman will round out the top 10 as our drivers that are finishing up their last laps are going to see a local yellow at 10.
Yeah, they're going to see that local yellow, Greg, but I tell you what, there is a lot of gravel and everything out where Frank went in there. He is buried in there. He's not getting out of there until he gets pulled out of there, but there's a lot of gravel there. People coming down here as we get to the end of this race, they're going to be battling. They're going to see that. Once they clear that incident, then they can go back racing, as now we got another car. Looks like that is going to be the 96. That is going to be the Scarrett machine, as he starts to get moved over to driver's right, trying to, again, so you got battles going all the way around, trying to get through there.
And we'll have to see if that gets called in. We had the 96 and also the 74. I think 74 was a lapped car side by side coming out of turn 10 with that 121 machine at Taberzi, only about 15 feet away in the gravel off the driver's left. I understand it's out of our camera view over here, but didn't look to be the safest thing going here. But that is going to wrap things up. Actually, let's go. We gave you the top 10. Let's run down just out of the top 10. Meyer Alzot finishing 11th today. Jeff Horowitz in the 56 machine will finish 12th. Then John Franklin, 13th. Gary Schenk moves up to 14th. Isaac Jordan, who is running, Jordan, I believe, running a little bit further down in the championship right now. Isaac Jordan in the 52 machine finishes 15th. Jay Bindrum, 16th. Steve Rollo, 17th. Mark Flitcroft, 18th. John Maslin, 19th. And John Moyer rounding out the top 10. So
20.
what we're going to do...
Rounding out the top 20.
Top 20, thank you. Oh, my God, yeah. So, gentlemen, a great race here, and a great way to finish things up in the morning. And we are going to have on course, cars on course at 1:20. So join us. We'll be back on air at about 1:15 this morning. You can tell I'm a night owl, obviously. At 1:15 this afternoon, and we will have our open wheel and prototype cars out on course. They will be our first racers back from lunch, and we will be bringing you all the action with six more races here this afternoon from Summit Point Raceway as part of the October MARRS presented by OG Racing, and we'll see you in just about an hour.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, and we are back from lunch here at the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and Dominic Mandiel. And after a very delicious lunch here served up by the great folks at Shea Summit, we are getting ready to go back to racing here at Summit Point Raceway for, again, the last MARRS race of the season to be held here at Summit Point. For those of you that have been watching the scroll on YouTube, you know that in 2 weeks or so we have the final MARRS event of the year at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Let's quickly take a look at what we have coming up here this afternoon with our events. We've already obviously been through our first 2 races of the day, and so we now have 6 races remaining. We've got starting with race group number 3, our wings and prototype racers, going all the way through group 8, as the 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid. So let's do this quickly, gentlemen, before we go and start to run down the grid for our next group. Let's thank one of the great partners and sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region of the MARRS series, and that is Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, and thanks so much to Paul Marcones and Radial Tire Company, longtime sponsor, longtime partner of the D.C. region, and we thank them for all their support, allowing us to bring you this great action from Summit Point Raceway many times each year. So, gentlemen, we're getting ready for our wings group, and I think here one of the things we should talk about first off is we've got Doug Fisher, we've got Wayne Nicolette, we've got Brian Farrell racing in Club Ford, and we had I think a pretty neat little race, especially on day 3 of the Labor Day double on Monday, on Labor Day itself, particularly between Doug Fisher and Brian Farrell, that I think probably we saw pace and speed from Brian Farrell that we had not seen all weekend long, nor would we'd seen in earlier MARRS races, and really good fight to start off their feature race here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Greg. I mean, I think it just, kind of, started to collect more and more as they went through the weekend, for that weekend. So, again, Brian Farrell and, Douglas Fisher back and forth there quite a bit. I know
in the two driving very similar chassis, both in early 70s Zinc Z10s. And, it was a neat little, while it lasted, it was a neat little battle here, and we'll see if we have that again today. And again, today's races through the rest of the day. We mentioned that we have 6 races remaining here from Summit Point Raceway. They are scheduled for 15 laps, and I'll have to check the time limit. I believe there's a time limit of 35 minutes, but I'll double check to see if that is.
Looks like 30 minutes right now on the top on the clock. So, and these guys, again, they shouldn't have any problems making that. That 15 laps, So, Dominic, why don't you go ahead and give that rundown? We'll do that because then there are a few things I want to talk about, especially for one individual out here in this group. It's good to see him back. So
yeah, absolutely.
So for our Group 3 race, which is Wings and Things, we have 6 cars on the grid. Starting in 6th, we'll have car number 21 out of Arlington, Virginia, driving a Zinc 10C, Brian Farrell. Starting in the 5th spot, we'll have car number 2 out of Cockeysville, Maryland, driving a Loa T340. That's Wayne Nicolette. Starting in 4th, we'll have car number 20 out of Moncton, Maryland, also driving a Zinc 10C in Club Ford, Doug Fisher. Starting in the 3rd spot, we'll have car number 14 from Millersville, Maryland, in a Van Diemen RF98, and that is Derek Holmes. Now in our front row, we'll have on the outside pole car number 10 from Branson, West Virginia, in a FE2 Keith McDonald. And our pole sitter will be car number 15 out of Warrenton, Virginia, also in an FE2, and that is Justin Withoff.
All right, there you go. 6 starters in the field. They're rolling off the pit lane right now. And, Brian, you mentioned that we've got one driver in the field we haven't seen here for a while, and certainly haven't seen him in the car that he's driving this race weekend.
Yeah, Justin Withoff, has been, back and forth, been pretty busy, and I know that, that is an Alliance Autosport, formerly Scott Redditch car that,
right.
Took care of. Bought that a couple years ago. So, really trying to, get his feet underneath him at that. I know he's been going back and forth to Indy racing it out there.
Right.
So he's loving that track out there. But, Justin had a little bit of a problem this morning during qualifying. Kind of a little funny story is that,
if he had a problem, I couldn't hear it.
Well, yeah. If he had a problem, you couldn't hear it because he was a little bit over the sound, number a little bit.
Yeah, I'll to fill in folks that may be listening for the first time or maybe may not be aware. When we run races here at Summit Point Raceway, there is a maximum sound limit for the cars. It's 103 decibels. Drivers are allowed to break over that limit twice. And they'll be told the second time that they do it, but if they do it a third time, they're going to get black flagged and have to modify the car in order to have it ready to go for the next time out, so that they don't break that limit.
Yeah, and they were out here yesterday, and I talked to his crew chief Dan, and I said, hey, look, you guys are over the sound. He goes, man, I thought we fixed it. And I said, yeah, you're at 104. And he goes, that's great news because we were at 104.5 yesterday. So coming down a little bit. And, then the second thing was, look, he needs to acknowledge the start-finish line that he knows he's getting this. And he said, well, the problem with that is Justin is sitting down and the belts are so tight, he can't raise his hand. I said, well, then nod his head. Do something. Let him know. So he was able to do that and come in. So, here comes our group now. They're going to be coming out of turn 10, led by Justin Withoff and Keith McDonald.
Yeah, and the call over the radio is that the first 3 rows look great, Brian, and there are only 3 rows.
That's a good thing. So
yes.
if they weren't, we were going to have a problem. So Keith McDonald, I tell you what, getting a great shot out there with, Justin. Justin was a little bit faster than Keith was this morning during qualifying. We'll have to see whether or not Justin's going to go too wide there. He does not, Dominic. He's tucks in between, right behind, I should say, Keith McDonald.
And we have one of our drivers, and I think this might be Derek Holmes in the Soul Formula F in the class, spins through turn 1, puts the car for a moment on the edge of the gravel, but as you can see now watching the cameras, he has managed to get things back underway. And we are now green flag at turn 1, but Derek Holmes considerably further back than the rest of the field.
Yeah, we did have Keith McDonald get the early jump on Justin Withoff there, and Derek Holmes is able to resume making his way through turn 3 as we speak.
Yeah, I tell you what, Derek Holmes coming right there in your living room if you're sitting there watching it on a large screen there with our turn 1 camera. So pretty good shot there. Especially if you're watching it on YouTube, you got to see him come right down into your, down next to you.
So if your friends and family, let him know. Let him know when he gets off track that there were at least, 30 people that saw that. Hey, and I just got word Racer X in SSM, Ryan McBain. There we go. Thank you so much. And we're going to actually mention this. Ryan, who's just telling me about this, says we are now completing race lap number 1 here at Summit Point Raceway, and Keith McDonald, driver of the number 10 machine, and Keith working grid this past week down at the runoffs at Virginia International Raceway. Always working grid here is your leader, Justin Withoff, second. And the reason I mention that. And yes, I want to thank Sissy Connolly for reminding us, because we're probably gonna talk about this multiple times. We have some other folks that are working grid this week that were recognized last week at Virginia International Raceway. That always on the Thursday night of the runoffs. It's a big night at the runoffs. A big dinner for all participants, crews, families, and volunteers. And on Thursday night, they present the Sports Car Club of America's Workers of the Year, presented by Mazda. They usually a single volunteer in each one of the specialties. But this year, in pit and grid, we had 2 workers recognized, 2 volunteers recognized, and many of you here at Summit Point Raceway know them well. Vanessa and Valerie. Oh my gosh!
Ferret?
Ferret. and they'll come up and give me a hug and then tell me I pronounce their last name wrong. But Vanessa and Valerie Foray, that call the DC region home, they were recognized as pit and grid workers of 2022, not just for the region, not just for the division, but for the entire SCCA, and so we definitely want to congratulate them.
Yeah, if you didn't see it on Facebook, great award. It's fantastic. Those are the two that, no matter what kind of day you're having, you come down, especially if you come on grid or you come down in the pit and you've got a problem. Those are the two that, kind of jump out at you and make it an easier day.
Yeah.
I know that I can see them down there waving. They're both waving in the little thing down there. It's a good thing I can see from afar, because I couldn't see them if they were standing up next to me. But,
they're on ladders, is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Okay. They're standing. I think they're standing up.
Okay.
But, look, there's two people that I think that, basically deserve that award, that, even if it was just an award just for, keeping everybody together. So let's take a second here. Justin Widoff going to try to make a move on Keith McDonald as they go down the start-finish line. Great run out of turn 10. They're going to go side by side down into one. Again,
and wheel to wheel. Oh, my gosh, almost touching coming across the start-finish line, Brian. And as they go down, Keith McDonald, who is on driver's left, or as you're watching our cameras, on driver to your right, there, manages to hold off Widoff, who for the second lap in a row runs the fastest lap of any car here. And as they came out of two, it looked like McDonald got a great jump out of two, Dom.
Yep, and McDonald was able to sweep the outside, go to driver's left, and try to open up the radius there. It looked, however, as though McDonald just had enough momentum, enough drive on the inside at the apex to hold on to that point.
There you go. And so it has been a very, very close race at the line that last time by, Brian, only 45 thousandths of a second separating the two for FE2 cars. And, that is, in FE2, which is another, obviously a spec class, very tightly controlled. And I'm watching them now come out of turn 8 and head up the hill. They are once again locked nose to gearbox coming up towards us. Just incredibly close racing in Formula F. Just to let you know, it's probably not Formula F, but Club Ford has started to stretch out just a little bit here as Wayne Nicolette. We should see him coming out of turn 10 in just a moment. There he is. He has now opened up about a 12-second lead over Brian Farrell, Doug Fisher, a couple seconds back from there.
Yeah, here comes Wayne Nicolette, and then here comes Brian Farrell, and then Douglas Fisher. Derek Holmes starting to reel in Fisher after having that going off there in turn 1. Again, Club Ford and Club Ford, and then Formula F.
Yeah,
so,
and of course, with the Club Fords being the early Formula Fords, much older suspension, much less aero. So, we would expect that 14 car would probably start to make up ground. Now, real quick, I also wanted to mention, just because we were talking about Vanessa and Valerie and all the great things they do, and how I'll tell you, because, after Rich Roman finished second at the runoffs, we had dinner with Rich, we had dinner with the two of them. They are two of the warmest people that you'll know, and always very quick to give you a hug. And certainly it was wonderful to have them up on grid. I got to work with you all, Brian, with you, and with Gail Lorenz and Shirley Thompson and everybody from the DC region that makes up the grid during the runoffs. I was there on the test days, and as always, making things bright. But I also want to quickly give out some props to National Flagger of the Year, Ben Tyler from the North Carolina region, very well deserved, as well as Sam Faust for race administration, also from the North Carolina region. As looks like we have a car off at turn 10.
That is the 14, so that is going to be Derek Holmes again, going off in turn 10. Can't see it on the camera, but he is just out of that shot. Looks like him and Frank are right in the kind of the same areas. Of that. I don't believe that car is going to get out of there looking through the binoculars.
He is very well dug in there, Dom. So we are under local caution right now at turn 10 as our two leaders, Justin Widoff and Keith McDonald, are coming under the bridge and through turn 10. They're going to see that car, and wow, as McDonald comes out of turn 10. Whittoff went to make a quick move around McDonald on the outside on his left, and then saw the car there sitting in the gravel trap and got back in line, Brian.
Yeah, Justin gets a great run off of turn 10. And again, once you clear that incident right there, then you go back to green. So he was able to keep that run. Keith is able to really pull away coming out of turns 1 and turns 2, Dominic, and then pulls away a little bit in turn 3. It's the second half of the racetrack that we look through our cameras. Really 5 through 9 up into 10 is where they, where he's able to pull up and get right back on the back bumper there of McDonald. Great.
All right, real quick, guys, before we get too far into this, let me make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, bracket racers, please start heading to grid. You're up next. Bracket racers, group number 4, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
As our EV workers start to pull out of, start to pull the machine of Derek Holmes out of the gravel trap there. Here comes our leaders now. So again, now not only do you have that standing yellow, you're probably going to have a little bit of a waving yellow. And now McDonald opens up by about 3 car lengths over Justin Whittoff there, Dominic, as they go down into turn 1. So again, Justin realizing what's going on there, had to back out of it. We'll see as they get back to the backside of this racetrack whether or not he's able to close in. Hopefully they get this car out in enough time to see whether or not Justin can get that run off of 10 again.
And Keith McDonald's also been getting great, been doing really well on the brakes. Has been able to outdeep Justin Whittoff into a lot of these braking zones, and that's what's I think allowing him to carry that momentum coming out of the corner in order to continue to open up that margin.
Again, Justin doesn't get to race every week. Doesn't get to race a lot of the MARRS events, based off his busy work-life schedule that he has. So every opportunity he gets to be in that car is still a considered learning. I think he's had that car over 2 years now. Again, making that move from the Spec Racer Fords, which is what he was in at one point in time, now moving over to this open wheel, this FE2 class. Again, be nice that hopefully next year to see if he can get some more runs and then maybe even compete and go down to the runoffs. Because it is at Virginia National Raceway. He's been there before. So we'll have to see as they come out of turn 10 this one more time.
All right, so our emergency services folks have pulled the number 14 machine of Derek Holmes out of the gravel trap. But there's not a lot of room for him to go anywhere to rejoin the fray, except back through the gravel trap. As the emergency services teams are waiting for a gap when they can go, they're actually getting the car unhooked right now, I think, and they should be. I see the emergency teams loading back into the truck, and once they get back underway.
So now it looks like they are.
Do they have him under tow?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't see. So no, he is not under tow. So it looks like the emergency vehicle. They will more than likely pull off there to the left. He will get back on the grass and then hopefully safely re-enter. Here comes Wayne Nicolette now. So he does have a little bit of room. Now, keep in mind, we have, you've got some dips and some bumps right there. The EV group, they will go out the gate right there. And now here comes the 14. He's trying to make his way onto the pit lane, which is what he does going across. So Derek Holmes' day is now done in that number 14 Club Ford. Or Formula F, sorry.
All right, so that brings us now down to 2 races. We've got in Formula Enterprises 2, Keith McDonald leading Justin Whittoff through turn 10, and as they cross the stripe, 6 laps remaining here for this open wheel group. And then in Club Ford, Wayne Nicolette, he is your leader. Last time by, he had about a 6.5 second lead over Brian Farrell. Doug Fisher, though, falling a little bit off the pace.
So Doug Fisher is on the pit lane. It looks like he's going to make that right-hand turn. So Fisher's day is done here in this 15-lap heat race as we get moving on. But you're right, Greg, that FE2 battle still continuing to happen. We talked about it. I still think that, as Dominic mentioned early on, Keith McDonald able to get into the braking zone a little bit faster or a little bit deeper than Justin. So we'll have to see whether or not that's going to hold off or whether or not, now that we've got that machine cleared, does Justin Whittoff start to make that better run out of turn 10, Dominic?
And FE2 as a class, again, is another one of those stepping stone classes for drivers who are interested in moving up in the open wheel ranks.
Sure.
And also a class where drivers who have made the transition from shifter karts or high performance karts up to open wheel have gotten their start. I know that Liam and Mark Snyder, who were standouts in FE2 on the national level, went up to FE2 after spending a lot of time in shifter karts. Right. I believe Max Grau was in the same boat as well. So a lot of these young up-and-coming drivers using FE2 as a stepping stone in order to hone their skills.
And it's interesting because for years, Formula F or Formula Ford was considered to be that stepping stone class, at least not only nationally but also globally as well. Of course, they have the huge Formula Ford Festival in the UK every single year. As I was reading about Mark Webber and his rise up to Formula One, how that was huge for him. Jason Plato, who ended up being a touring car racer in the UK, was spent multiple years in Formula Ford as well. But yeah, at least here in the U.S. now, it appears, and I think a lot of it is because it is slightly more spec racing than Formula F is, that it's an easy button, and the cost, frankly, to get in and the reliability of those 2-liter Mazda MZR motors make it a much easier class to get into and get up to speed in than maybe a Formula F.
Well, here comes our two FE2s now. I will say they are both up and coming, but neither one of them are young. As they start to head down into turn one, Whittoff getting a great run again out of turn 10, Dominic, right on the back gearbox of McDonald. But as we've seen over and over and over again, McDonald able to get through the braking zone just a little bit better through turn one. So looks like Whittoff's going to have to make some adjustments probably later on today for that race tomorrow if he wants to be able to get by McDonald for tomorrow's race as it stands right now. But again, I wouldn't count Justin off of making a great run out of turn 10 the next couple laps.
All right, guys, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, our bracket racers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, bracket racers, please make your way to the grid.
So we're waiting for our two FE2 cars. I tell you what, here comes Wayne Nicolette now. He's coming out of turn 10. That's your leader in the Club Ford machine, and then Brian Farrell should be right there behind him, not too far. Here he comes out of turn 10. But here comes our leaders. And Dominic, we talked about it. Keith McDonald not getting a good run out of there. I think this is going to be the lap that Justin Whittoff is able to get there, but he's going to have to go driver's right as they get around the Farrell machine. Keith McDonald tucks right back in the front. What a great move that was by Keith McDonald.
Absolutely. And Justin Whittoff for the last 2 laps, Brian, has had a big head of steam coming out of turn number 10, which has allowed him to get up into Keith McDonald's draft and then make the move, typically to driver's right in order to try to make that move. But as they go up to turn number 3, it is still Keith McDonald at the point by about 2 car lengths. Justin Whittoff rolling great speed through turn number 3 and is able to close right in on that gearbox. And as we look at our camera, we'll see if they might try to go side by side for a moment. It looks as though Whittoff has tucked back in behind Keith McDonald.
Yeah, again, I think this is where Whittoff is able to start to put the pressure on McDonald as they get through turn 5 and then 6, 7. And we'll look at our camera here coming out of turn 8. You should see how close Whittoff is, too, as here comes the 2 machine of Wayne Nicolette coming out of turn 8, heading up in there. I think the next 2 cars, and here they come now. Here's our overall leaders and your FE2 battle. That's where Whittoff really gets a great run out of turn 7, 8, and up through 9 under the bridge. Here they come, and especially coming down through 10. He's able to go a little wider. McDonald seems to pinch it a little bit towards the center of the racetrack, so maybe missing the apex there a little bit in 10. But as they head down into turn 1, it's about a half car length advantage for Keith McDonald, Dominic.
And they go into turn 1, and again, McDonald has about 2 car lengths in the hand over Justin Whittoff. They are going to be coming up on Wayne Nicolette. I'm sure Wayne is going to see them in the mirrors and do his part to ensure that they can keep racing as they make their way up to turn number 3, and still about that 2.5 car length lead from McDonald back to Justin Whittoff, who again gets a great run through turn number 3. And I feel like Whittoff's able to get great runs out of the corners, but doesn't quite have enough speed, enough momentum to do anything with it once they get to the braking zone.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he's maybe, especially at turns 1 and 2, maybe carrying a little bit too much speed towards the apex there and having to get out of the throttle mid-corner to gather things back up, and it's almost every single lap giving McDonald a bit of an advantage. Really quick here, as this race is starting to run down, our current points leader in Club Ford as the MARRS series is starting to wind down here, is Wayne Nicolette with 2,250 points. Sam Iyer who is not here, and Amber Stevenson also not here, running second and third in the championship. Brian Farrell currently running fourth. Doug Fisher, who, as we know, had to retire early today, running fifth in the championship. And if we jump over to FE2, currently our only driver eligible for the championship is Keith McDonald.
Yeah, Keith McDonald's still leading. We've gotten the one-to-go board right now, so they're working on their last lap. And, last time by, we'll talk about it real quick as they go through turn 3, McDonald's opening up quite a bit of a lead now over Justin Whittoff in that number 15 machine. But last time by, when they went down into turn 5, they were starting to come up on the Wayne Nicolette. Wayne Nicolette ended up having to lock up the right front going in through turn 5. So that was able to separate. McDonald was able to get around him, it looks like, between 6 and 7. And as they went into turn 8, Nicolette went as far driver's left as he could to get out to get in there, and that kind of separated them. But here they come now out of turn number 8, headed up under the bridge. Dominic, I think we're going to see a drag race down to the end.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as they came through 8, we saw Whittoff make a quick move to the inside, and as they come under the bridge, Keith McDonald leads the pair out onto the front straight. He's got a car length advantage now over the number 15 machine, and taking the win here in Formula Enterprises 2, Keith McDonald out of Ranson, Virginia. Justin Whittoff out of Warrenton, Virginia, will come home in second. Finishing in third will be the number 2 machine, the Lola T340 of Wayne Nicolette. And that leaves us one driver remaining on course, and that is Brian Farrell in the number 21 Club Ford Zinc Z10. He takes the checkered flag to wrap up the session and wrap up this third race of the day. So what we're going to do, everybody, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Next race up is going to be our EVSR Bracket Road Racing Championship Series, and they are going to be rolling off in just a few moments. But in the meantime, we're going to play a little music. We're going to thank some of our sponsors, and we will be back with you here in just a few moments. right, and we're back here at Summit Point Raceway. We just had another wonderful race, our open wheel race, and of course we'll see them back here tomorrow for the 20-lap feature race. But next up is the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Challenge presented by EVSR. And before we run down the starting grid and talk about it, let's tell you a little bit more about EVSR.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25-hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, so thank you so much to EVSR for EVSR plugging in and kicking gas for sponsoring the MARRS series once again this year, and of course the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship. So let's do this. Let's go. We'll run down the starting grid, and then we'll talk a little bit more about what bracket road racing is here. All right, so starting 20th on the grid, driving a Mazda Miata from Rockville, Maryland, it's Ariane Azara. Starting 19th in the number 23 BMW 325i from Middleburg, Virginia, it's Liv Willis. Starting 18th on the grid, driving the number 32 Mazda Miata hailing from Alexandria, Virginia, it's Rick Millenbeck. Starting 17th out of Silver Spring, Maryland, driving the number 74 Ford Focus, Steve Martin. Starting 16th, driving the number 02 Entropy Racing EVSR from Lansdale, Pennsylvania, it's John Early. Starting 15th today, coming off his very successful run at the runoffs last week, driving the number 13 Mazda Miata hailing from Salem, Virginia, it's Stephen Clark. Starting 14th on the grid, driving the number 83 Mazda Miata from Frederick, Maryland, William Windsor. Starting 13th today, driving the number 134 Honda CRX and hailing from Severna Park, Chuck Edmondson. Tim Frank, he's starting 12th. He's driving the number 114 Nissan Sentra SER, and he hails from Annapolis, Maryland. Sacramento, Pennsylvania's Charlie Greenhouse from driving his Entropy Racing EVSR. He starts 11th today, driving the 03 car. Starting 10th, driving the number 127 Mazda MX-5 out of Thurmont, Maryland, is Jeff Liller. Starting 9th, driving the number 51 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Frederick, Maryland, Eric Prepsius. Starting 8th. Also in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, in the number 55 car, he's from Freehold, New Jersey, it's Alan Rothman. Lee McNish out of Southbury, Connecticut, also driving a Spec Racer Ford. He's driving the 22 car today. He starts in 7th. Starting 6th, driving the number 05 BMW M3 from Charlestown, West Virginia, Bill Smith. Keith Frazier is driving the number 7 car. It's a Spec Racer Ford. He hails from Annapolis, Maryland, and he starts 5th today. And your top 2 rows, starting 4th. In the number 57 BMW 328i, this is a GTS 2 car. Thank you, BMW Club. It's Jeremy Hoosier. Starting next to him, also in a BMW, this is an M3 representing ML2 Motorsports, Marshall Lytle. And your front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 21 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 for Cates Engineering out of Broad Run, Virginia. It's Brian Cates. And David Dickerson is your pole sitter today in the Performance Orthopedics Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Hails from Wall, New Jersey. And again, your pole sitter today for bracket racing. So, Brian, Dom, why don't we let the folks at home know what bracket racing is essentially?
So we're going to see here with our bracket racing is that all of these drivers, of course, like all the other groups, they qualified this morning. But as we go through this race, and we do have a system, MARRSpoints.com, for you to keep track of this. These drivers, as we go through the laps here, will begin to be sorted into different brackets, and based on a certain window of time, lap time, they will begin to fall into these brackets. And the big caveat is that you cannot move down a bracket, but you can move up if you go faster as the race goes on. As we do have our field now onto the front straightaway, awaiting the green flag.
And green flag is in the air, and we are racing with two Spec Racer Fords on the front row with Dickerson and Cates, and Marshall Lytle with a torque of that inline 6.
Wow.
He splits the difference, and that orange BMW M3 is going to be your first car down into turn 1. And so, as Dom, as you were mentioning here, what we do after, and we pick it up after about 2 laps or so, is we divide these drivers into different brackets with 2 seconds in each bracket. And we'll run this down here as we start to pick them up. But essentially, much like bracket drag racing, the goal is to not break out of your bracket, to try and stay in the same bracket. Because what may happen, and we'll just use as an example, you may have a bracket that is from a minute 19 lap time to a minute 21 lap time. And it really breeds consistency. But if you break out of a bracket, what may happen is you may find, as we have a looks like a car off over at turn 5. We'll try and pick that up in just a second. I believe it's past the apex, and we've got the call coming in right now. And that is Jeremy Hoosier. Pardon me, not Jeremy Hoosier. Jeremy Hoover in his BMW 328 out of Winchester, Virginia, spun the car at turn 5. He has managed to continue. So what you're going to have now, we can see where Hoover now has dropped all the way back into 8th position, having started 4th. But essentially what can happen is if you run a lap time faster than the fastest time allowed in that bracket, you will move up to the next fastest bracket. The problem is you may find you are now racing competitors that are 3, 4, 5 cars up the road, and it really makes it very difficult. So again, what you want to try to do is be as consistent as possible, not break out.
Yeah, and some of these cars, it's about consistency, right? It's about consistent lap times that you need. And you talk about Jeremy Hoover. He just came out of going into turn 1, locked up the brakes there quite a bit. So he's trying to make up some ground for what he lost going in 5 as our leaders start to head down into turn 5. But as I was mentioning, Greg, it's about consistency, and that's really what it is in order to get into these brackets. I mean, right now, Marshall Lytle after 1 lap in a bracket by himself in a B1 bracket, B2 bracket, you've got Dave Dickerson, Brian Cates, Keith Frazier, and then Bill Smith. That will start to evolve as we start to get going, as it looks like our Spec Racer Fords, they may be ganging up on poor Marshall Lytle here, Dominic, as they start to head down into turn 1. We get to the longer straight here. Obviously Marshall Lytle able to pull away, but as we get into the what we call the technical section of this racetrack, they end up going a little bit deeper. They end up getting a little bit better bite off the corners, and then next thing you know, they're going to start to gang up on them.
Yep. And so, as our leader, Marshall does come into turn number 3, and it's opened up about 5 car lengths over both Dave Dickerson and Brian Cates, both driving Spec Racer 3s. And another thing about this group is that as far as the cars that are eligible to run, as long as the car meets all the safety requirements of SCCA road racing cars with roll cages and fire systems and all of that, it can run in this race. And some drivers who have a race car that might not fit into a specific SCCA road racing rulebook use this race as a way to get on track and to go wheel to wheel with others.
Exactly. You don't have the strict classification system with the different categories that you normally have in SCCA club racing or SCCA road racing. So, great to see some folks out here racing with us that their cars may not normally fit in to the normal SCCA paradigm. So as we've got cars making their way around, we're starting to see these brackets form. And in our bracket, what is known as bracket A4, which is for drivers that are running between 1:21 and a minute 21 and a minute 23. We've got David Dickerson, we've got Brian Cates, we've got Keith Frazier and Lee McNish, all Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, as it looks like we have a car coming in. It looks like Stephen Clark in his Mazda Miata coming down the pit lane right now. Marshall Lytle, who is our overall leader, has broken out of that group. He is now in bracket A3 all by himself. He was in bracket A3 all by himself, which is for drivers that run between a 119 and a 121. He has just been joined by David Dickerson and by Brian Cates, those two lead Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. The gap between them now about 1.1 seconds from Lytle back to Dickerson.
Yeah, I'm taking a look down here at the pit lane there with, obviously Stephen Clark, as we were talking about. Looks like they're doing something. Looks like they're leaning inside the car on the passenger side, Greg. So may have some other type of issue going on. But they're looking. But again, this is just a test for them. That's why they're running in bracket, right? I mean, so this is where it matters.
Yeah, and this car that they're running. This is a fairly new car, at least to Stephen Clark. He ran it last week at the runoffs in the national championship races. This was the former F production car that Rich Foal had driven for a number of years in F production. Rich sold the car, and Stephen picks it up. Stephen's car that he had been running for a number of years was a barely breathed on ITA spec. Really, not a gun to a knife fight or knife to a gun. Whatever. It wasn't very strong in F production. This is more built to the class, as Stephen Clark now has rejoined the fray. That's what I meant to say.
It wasn't as strong as the others in the class.
It was a dull mallet in a.
Sure, he'll be liking that.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll get a big kick out of that. But yeah, I mean,
I'm real bad with the euphemisms today.
Yeah.
Apparently.
So again, one of the other interesting notes here is I want to quickly talk about, and we'll get back to the action here, Dominic, is Jeff Liller's running in this race as well. We saw him earlier on in the T4 race against Michael LaMena. Well, his son Mark is racing in the next group in the ITS with the same car. So you got to have time to do that. So I'm wondering whether or not we see Jeff run all of the laps here.
Yeah, he may bring the car in a little bit early. And that reminds me, Brian and Dom, let me quickly make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That is our IT group, ITB, ITC, ITS, B-Spec, as well as United States Touring Car Championship racers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 5, ITB, C and S, B-Spec, and USTCC drivers, please head to the grid. All right, so Dom, we just had David Dickerson run the fastest lap of anyone in this race. He just ran a 119.677, which is still firmly, right in the, not in the middle, but in the lower third of that A3 class that Marshall Lytle, Dickerson, and Cates are currently in. But it doesn't look like Dickerson and Cates have been able to make up that much ground on Marshall Lytle. They're still, probably around 5 car lengths back or thereabouts.
And as we do have Marshall Lytle coming across the stripe, David Dickerson has closed up that margin. However, they have left Brian Cates, who's running third overall and third in that A3 bracket, behind by just a little bit. And looks as though, and that's one of our Miatas locking up there into turn 1. Dickerson is sitting about 6 car lengths behind Marshall Lytle at this point as they make their way out of turn number 2. But one of the battles I wanted to look at, and I believe that they're all now running in the same bracket, is our battle in bracket A4, and that's with Keith Frazier, Bill Smith, and Lee McNish. Bill Smith driving the BMW M3, and then Lee McNish in the Spec Racer 4-3. Those two cars have been in lockstep this entire race, and right now sitting second and third, as I mentioned, in A3. Keith Frazier about 5 car lengths up the road, but these two have definitely been locked together, and that BMW M3 definitely punches a very big hole in the air for that Spec Racer 4-3 to drop behind.
It definitely does. So if we take a look at some of the other brackets here, as you've just mentioned, we've talked about bracket A3 and A4. In bracket B1, we currently have Eric Prepsius and Alan Rothman. Those drivers also both running Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. That one has really started to separate out about 5 seconds, almost the entire length of our front straight between those two drivers. Stephen Clark, who's driving that F production Mazda Miata, our sole driver in bracket B2, which is for drivers that are between a minute 27 and a minute 29, and then a large field in bracket B3, which is for between 1 minute 29 and 131. Currently, Charlie Greenhouse of the EVSR fame, and we're driving one of those electric spec racers. He is currently our 10th driver on 10th place driver on track, but more importantly, he currently leads bracket B3 with a fast time for him of a 129.239. So he's got about a quarter of a second to give before he gets bumped up to another class. Jeff Liller currently second in that class. Then Chuck Edmondson, Tim Frank, Steve Martin rounding out the top 5 in the class.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to look at this B3 bracket again. I'm going to go down a little bit towards the bottom, and that's William Windsor William Windsor, Bill Windsor, and John Early. So last 2 laps, they have been nose to tail in that Miata, and again, another electric, SRF that are coming out there. But again, here they come again. They're side by side coming out of turn 10. And then our overall leader here, he's going to catch them. It's whether or not, Marshall's going to be able to go 3 wide there as he does go by them. But Windsor and Early, side by side, really the last 3 laps down the start-finish line. If they head down into turn 1, we'll have to see whether or not Dickerson's able to just tuck in behind them, Dominic, or is he going to get around them coming out of turns 1 and 2?
I was going to say, Brian, those 2 crossing the stripe at the same time would have made a great photo opportunity for somebody. As our overall leader, Marshall Lytle, does come up to turn 3, has some of that traffic up ahead, as we do have David Dickerson now making his way through. And then Brian Cates running in 3rd place, getting a little bit held up by some of the cars in the other brackets, is able to finally get around as he makes his way down the hill. I'm going to be looking back, as I mentioned a few laps ago, at our bracket A4 battle with Bill Smith and Lee McNish. Lee McNish, for the past few laps, has been itching to get around that BMW M3, just doesn't seem to be able to know where he can get by, and with all the lap traffic as well, I think is having a tough time deciding where to smartly make that move.
Yeah, I mean, you've almost got to pick and choose where you're going to make that pass. I mean, in certain spots, obviously, but, it did look like McNish is really trying to get as close as he can, and make that pass. But in some cases, you just can't seem to make it. Here comes our overall leader now in Marshall Lytle. He's going to be completing lap 9. That'll be, looks like he's going to have, 6 left after this here, as coming up on some of the lap traffic. Now you've got Dickerson and Cates. They're going by the 134 of Chuck Edmondson as they go down into turn 1. Pretty good battles all over the racetrack.
As we have Bill Smith and Lee McNish coming out of turn 10. And again, Lee McNish is able to get a great run out of 10 and drafts up to the back of Bill Smith. And as a few times tried to go deeper on the brakes and try to make the move, we'll see what happens this time. Just doesn't seem to have enough to even get alongside, just enough to stay right behind the rear of that BMW M3.
And start to see a little bit of brake lock up from Bill Smith also, Brian, that we're seeing that from a lot of drivers down there. And this may be a byproduct of the slightly cooler weather, and the temps just haven't risen any. We're still sitting at about 55 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, the track has probably got a ton of grip in it in certain spots of it, right? But then you've also got McNish, who's going down in, and he's got his normal braking zone where he's looking at over top of all the other SRFs when he's racing with them. Now he's got to look over or under a BMW, and it's just a little hard to see. So he may be missing a little bit of his braking zone there, Dominic, and not able to get in there where it could be a passing zone for him. It's really not.
All right, real quick, guys, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 5. That is our IT group. It's ITB, ITC, and ITS. B-Spec, as well as United States Touring Car Championship drivers. You can start making your way to the grid. Again, B-Spec, ITB, ITC, ITS, and USTCC. That is race group number 5. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so let's take a look here, and we've had a few small changes here, I think, in some of our groupings. Let's take a look here in bracket A4, where we now have Keith Frazier as our leader, and he is driving the number 7 Spec Racer Ford with a fast time for him, a 122.478. Bill Smith in the 05 BMW, a 122.018. Lee McNish, who has been following the back wing of that BMW here pretty religiously down in the one. He is currently sitting 3rd in the class.
Tell you what, guys, I'm going to look here real quick as we look out at turn 10 here with Marshall Lytle and Dave Dickerson. Dave Dickerson now is right on the back bumper of Marshall Lytle as they cross the start-finish line. Gets pulled away just a little bit by the overpowering there of that BMW M3 by Marshall Lytle, but Marshall coming up on some lap traffic. Dickerson starting to pull up and get close to him. And again, that's your A3 bracket, Dominic. So that is not only a race for the overall win, but the win in that bracket.
Absolutely, and that car that Marshall Lytle is piloting has previously been driven in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series by Eddie York as well as AJ Ferragonio. So as race cars typically do, they find new homes, new drivers, and exchange hands. So cool to see that orange BMW M3, very distinctive car out here still competing.
I tell you what a sight this was watching as we were just looking out the window here, Greg. Bill Smith and Lee McNish, they actually had to go as far driver's right as possible to make a pass on some of the lap traffic there, as it looks like that was coming up on Charlie Greenhouse. Basically, there was nowhere to go.
Except the grass.
Except the grass.
And on this last lap, and looking at our bracket A4, Bill Smith was actually able to get around the number 7 of Keith Frazier, who he was racing in that bracket. So evidently some of the lap traffic down there worked to Bill Smith's advantage, and evidently held Keith Frazier up enough where Bill was able to get the run and make that move stick.
Yeah, so we'll have to see whether or not he's able to do it as our overall leaders now go by. So there'll be 3 laps left, I believe.
We've got, including this lap, 3 laps to go here at some point, where I'm seeing more brake smoke in the air, oddly, with no cars at one point down there. Marshall Lytle went into a big pile of brake smoke, and it was there waiting for him. As our top 3 cars, Lytle, Dickerson, and Cates, all passed the number 55 machine, the 55 of Alan Rothman, who's running 9th in this 19-car field. So one of the other things I wanted to mention here, as these drivers are out now, we're seeing Charlie Greenhouse here this weekend. We're also seeing another one of the EVSR cars out on track, and that is John Early. Now, when we were here Labor Day, Dom, we were under the impression that perhaps Greenhouse and Early had packed it in for the MARRS series, both here and at New Jersey, as they were under full prep in getting ready to run the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill again for the 2nd year in a row. And it looks like, they're not running with the same ultimate pace that they were running earlier in the year, but it looks like they may be doing some battery testing on those cars to see how much battery wear they can get. They've just now introduced a new, within the last couple of weeks, a new battery formulation or new battery type that they're going to be using, and I'm sure they're trying to do load testing on those right now.
And looking at some of our battles, we do have for our overall now David Dickerson and Brian Cates running only about half a car length apart this last time through. Brian Cates, who was probably 10 or more car lengths behind Dickerson at one point in this race, has now closed up that margin and is right on the back of David Dickerson filling his mirrors.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, going back to that note about the testing and tuning that the EVSR team is doing with their cars, I can see that Charlie Greenhouse is out with the endurance lights on the front of the car. So I'm sure this is a great opportunity for them to do some testing to see how much drag is being generated, and again, what kind of life they're getting out of those battery packs.
Well, during the qualifying, he had his lights on. So again, that was part of what he had probably utilizing that earlier morning as that test to try to really see, and you may see it tomorrow too. Again, running with those lights on during the later afternoon, just to see.
All right, so crossing the stripe now, And 1 lap remaining. It is still Marshall Lytle. And as they came out of turn 10, Lytle had Dickerson and Cates within about a car length of the rear bumper of that orange number 14 machine. But as they came down the front straightaway, this is where you could see that BMW is just able to dig out of even high-speed corners and has more top end than the two Spec Racer Fords. He was then able to stretch things out to about 6 car lengths by the time they got into the braking zone at 1. Again, we're on our last lap here for our bracket racers.
And then we'll also be looking for our the A3 race we've been following with Bill Smith, Lee McNish, and Keith Frazier. And as I mentioned a few laps ago, Bill Smith was able to retake that lead after McNish had gotten the better for just a brief period. As we have going down to turn 1, a nice little battle with Steve Martin and Chuck Edmondson in his Honda CRX.
Martin able to get around there going into turn 1. So, again, that is going to be for position in that B3. Looks like Martin able to get around Tim Frank as well coming out of turn 10. So, drop them two back another position in that B3 bracket, Greg.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now is Marshall Lytle, and he had both Dickerson and Cates right on his bumper as all 3 of them had to find their way around the number 51 machine. The number 51 Spec Racer Ford of Eric Prepsius. And for a moment there, it looked like it was going to be 3 wide coming out of turn 10. But Marshall Lytle, first driver to cross the stripe, he's going to take the win in bracket A3. David Dickerson is going to finish second in the bracket. Brian Cates will finish third in the bracket. And that is going to then leave Jeremy Hoosier, who had a lot of issues early on in this race, finishing fourth in the bracket, but on track. A very large distance back, about 6 cars between he and the rest of his bracket.
And we just watched the A4 battle between Bill Smith and Lee McNish. That came down to very, and here comes Charlie Greenhouse now. He's flashing his lights at the start finish. I guess that's one way to let the start finish line. Yep, I see the checkered flag. Because those were some pretty bright lights that I saw from up here. So that should be pretty good. But, yeah, that Bill Smith, Lee McNish, Dominic, that was the whole race. I mean, that really, from the green flag all the way to the checkered flag, both of them were.
And it looks like they're still going at it, going through turn 3 on the cooldown line.
Yeah.
All right, so that was bracket A4. If we move over to bracket B1, which is for drivers with times from a minute 25 to a minute 27, Eric Prepsius in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 takes the win. Alan Rothman comes home second. Stephen Clark, who brought his car down the pit lane, had the crew take a look at it about midway. He comes home in third. In bracket B3, that's for drivers running a minute 29 to a minute 31. Charlie Greenhouse, the aforementioned driver from EVSR, takes the win. Jeff Liller in the Mazda MX-5 finishes second, so he didn't pull off a lap early.
Did not.
So now Mark is going to have to very quickly get in that car and get ready, get on the grid for our next race. Then Chuck Edmondson comes home in third in his Honda CRX. Steve Martin couldn't hold that position on the CRX. So the Ford Focus of Martin comes home in fourth. Tim Frank finishes in fifth. Let's quickly go bracket B5. Rick Millenback and Liv Willis. And then actually that rounds out the 19-car field.
I tell you what, you're talking about Jeff Liller and Mark Liller. I can look down here right now, and I can look in the binoculars. Mark Liller's waiting for Jeff to come around the corner. I see him there with the fuel can. We see you, Mark. We see you down there waving. I think you're going to need a helmet on, though, before you can get in there. So don't fuel it without your helmet on.
I think I just saw him tap his head.
Yeah.
I think he thought he had the helmet on.
Yeah. But I know he has the fuel jug there. He's got the funnel. He's waiting to put that in. Here comes Jeff now is coming off of the pit lane, so he's going to make that hard right and go down to Mark, down to his fueling station down there. So it's like a NASCAR pit crew, just one person there. So Mark's going to fill up his own car and then jump in it and drive around because he is starting second. He gave him the wave for the sign. So should we call the pit stop here, Greg, for the for the fuel?
Oh, my gosh. All right, well, what we're going to do quickly here, Brian, is we're going to thank once again our great partner and sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship. That's EVSR. And then I think we're going to get set up and ready to go for our next race.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, so we are going to get ready for our next group, but before we do, let's make a final call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. That's B-Spec, ITB, ITC, and ITS, and United States Touring Car Championship. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. And so with that, we're going to take another quick little break. We're going to be back in just a few moments with that aforementioned IT race. You're listening to the October MARRS presented by OG Racing here at Summit Point Raceway, and we'll be back in just a moment. All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. And we want to thank, of course, OG Racing as well as our other partners, Radial Tire Company and EVSR. Next up is our IT race. It's ITB, ITS, and ITC. Although I don't believe we have any ITC cars out here with us. Also, B-Spec and the United States Touring Car Championship. We've just had the 1-minute warning given on the grid. Dom, let's run down the starting order.
So we have a dozen cars for our Group 5 race. So starting in the 12th spot will be car number 3 out of Ranson, West Virginia, driving the Automotive Enterprises sponsored BMW 2002, Matty Vilkola. Starting in the 11th spot, we'll have car number 59 from Woodbridge, Virginia, driving a Honda Civic in ITB, George Ortiz. In 10th, we'll have car number 36 from Leesburg, Virginia, in an Alfa Romeo GTV, that's Patrick Pegues. Starting 9th, driving car number 82 from Montgomery Village, Maryland, at the wheel of a Porsche 924, that's Carl Fossler. Starting 8th, driving car 02 from Darnestown, Maryland, driving a BMW 2002, John Kinberg. Starting in the 7th spot, we'll have car 61 from Woodbine, Maryland, in a Datsun 240Z, John Legg. Starting 6th, we'll have car 69 out of Frederick, Maryland, driving a Mazda Protege, your fastest qualified ITB, and that's Scott Holman. In 5th, we'll have car number 7 from Winchester, Virginia, in a BMW 325 IS, Chuck DeHaven. Starting 4th, driving the 49 car in ITS from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that's a Mazda Miata, and that's Steve Moeller. In the 3rd spot, we'll have car number 13 from Fairfax, Virginia, driving a Datsun 240Z, and that's Mark Gibson. In our front row, we'll have car number 127 from Bowie, Maryland, in a Mazda MX-5, Mark Liller. And on the pole will be car number 5 out of Winchester, Virginia, that's an NC MX-5, driven by Cam Gruber.
All right, thanks so much, Dom. And Brian, as we were watching the end of that race, we talked about what the 127 car had to do. Let's see what you saw.
Greg, I tell you what, I was sitting here watching the binoculars. I saw a NASCAR pit stop. I saw as well as an IMSA pit stop with a driver change and a fuel change.
Well, it is the same company.
So it is the same company, but I have not seen that very much here. But normally when you're doing an enduros, you see that all the time. Now, just giving Mark and Jeff, that's great work in order to get them up there. But I will want to talk about Camden Gruber's number 5. That is actually Brett DePedro's. That's his race car. That's not one of the ones that he normally rents out. That is Brett's car. Love to see Brett back out there in that car running one of these days. But Camden driving it this weekend here in ITS, so we'll see what Camden can do in that. But I do believe that is Brett's. That is his race car.
Yeah, and I was wondering, we were surmising here because I raced Brett DePedro years ago in ITA. There was one season where he brought out an ITA Mazda Miata as a 1.8 liter car, and and they had to run a restrictor plate and run pretty heavy at the time. And I'm wondering if this is perhaps the same car just without the restrictor plate, which would put it in ITS. As we have the safety car, probably the pace car, driven by Graham Taylor and another one of great volunteers of the DC region, bringing the field through turn 8 right now and starting to head up the hill. And looks like the field is fairly well formed up. Again, this split as Dom ran down the field about 12. Looks like maybe an 11-car field because I don't think Matty Vicola made the field here. But 11 cars split fairly evenly between ITB and ITS. As the pace car now on the pit lane, starter looking over the field as our pole sitter. Cam Gruber brings them through turn 10 and onto the straight, and green flag is in the air. And so we've got the two Miatas. We've got Gruber and we've got Liller jumping out to an early start. However, there is torque and there is power in an inline 6 that a 4-cylinder Miata just cannot match. And as they head down into turn 1 now, it is Mark Gibson, driver of the number 13 Datsun 240Z. He is your leader. Liller got a good jump on Gruber. Gruber slots into third, Dom.
And as they come out of turn 2, Gibson able to hold on to the lead. And Cam Gruber right now looking for a way to get alongside Mark Liller as they go up into turn number 3. Has to tuck back in for the moment. Starting into 4th place will be Steve Moore. And then in ITB, your leader early on is Scott Holman. Running second is John Kimbrick. As we had to spin from the 59 of Ortiz there in turn 3, he's able to get back going and he'll rejoin the field.
Greg, one of the advantages for Liller is that he's got some heat, a little bit left in those tires.
Yeah, that's right.
Plus he's got heat in those brakes where the other ones don't. But what a fantastic start by Mark Gibson in that 13, in that 240Z. He actually took them 3 wide, split both him, Gruber, and Liller down into turn 1, was not about to give that up, stayed on the throttle all the way. That would be a move that Brooks Hunt would be fantastically surprised with.
That is right. Gruber moved all the way to driver's right to protect the inside line, and he just opened up the door for that orange Datsun to come down the center. And as they come out of turn 10 here to complete lap number 1, it is Mark Gibson. He's pokey, and he has about a 4-car length advantage now over Mark Liller and over Cam Gruber. Those two drivers now, well, they were nose to tail, but now Gruber has stepped down to the driver's right to the inside of Liller as they go down in the 1, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, Camden Gruber is going to get that early lead for that second position coming out of turn 1 and headed into turn 2. We'll see whether or not Liller can hold it on the driver's left side. About a half a car length there, and now Liller tucks in behind Gruber as they head up to turn 3. Dominic, I tell you what, these two have never really raced against each other, but I think you're going to see a great battle here all day long in this race.
And as Cam Gruber makes his way through turn number 3, he's closed into about 3 car lengths behind Mark Gibson, who is our overall leader. And Cam Gruber this year has had a lot of track time, a lot of time in Mazda specifically. And a couple of months ago, he was actually named one of the nominees for the Mazda MX-5 Cup scholarship.
That's right.
The grand prize winner gets $110,000 towards an opportunity to run the MX-5 Cup series next year. So a very good opportunity for drivers who are part of that Mazda program to work their way up.
All right, so as we've been talking about ITS, let's take a quick look at ITB as we're now working lap number 2 here. And jumping out to a very early lead was Scotty Holman, driver of the yellow number 60, the number 69 Mazda Protege. But he spent almost the entire first lap side by side with ITS competitor John Legg in a Datsun 240Z. That allowed Jonathan Kinberg in his 2002 to make up about 10 car lengths. The problem now is they complete the second lap here is that that good start, or that great start by Holman, has allowed him to maintain almost a 15 car length lead. So even though Kinberg knocked a whole big chunk out of it on the first lap, there is still this big chasm between first and second in ITB.
I tell you what, ITB, let's look at the third and fourth place cars as they start to head out of turns 1 and turn 2. Patrick McGee's, Carl Fossler, they were nose to tail, Dominic, and as I look out the window here coming out of turn 2, they're still about a car length and a half from each other. That's third place in ITB.
Our two crimson ITB cars, the Alfa Romeo for Patrick and then Carl Fossler in that Porsche, making their way up to turn 3. About 2 car lengths now as they make their way up to turn number 4, and then of course George Ortiz, who had that spin early on, trying to catch back up to the field.
Would it be wrong if I called that the axis of evil right there with those two?
That is. They head down in turn 5, and I tell you what, Carl Fossler not letting Pegues get away too quickly there going down through. Here comes our leaders. They're coming out of turn 10. Take a look one lap back there. Now you've got Camden Gruber right on the back bumper of the 13 of Mark Gibson. So that early takeaway speed that Mark Gibson had, that has now gone away, Greg, and now wrinkle in Mark Liller. He's going to catch them too as they start to battle, as it looks like Gruber's going to go driver's left to try to get a good run coming out of turn 1 and turn 2 up on Mark Gibson. So Dominic will have to see as they come out of turn 2 how much of a lead is Mark Gibson going to have over Camden Gruber.
And it's only about half a car length, Brian, as they come out of turn 2 and get ready to go into 3. And then Mark Liller there hanging back about 3 car lengths, watching all this unfold. So having a great view as Mark Gibson does drop right side tires, allows Cam Gruber to get a run. We'll see on our camera here for turn 5 if he was able to get enough of a run to get alongside. And as they do go into turn 5, it looks as though if Gibson still has the inside, able to hold on over Cam Gruber. But that, again, has allowed Mark Liller to stay right there in that ITS battle.
Yeah, and so I think what we need to watch here, and Gruber by pressuring Gibson, and Gibson hasn't had this kind of pressure for the majority of this season, is the Datsun certainly has the power, but the one weak point that I think everybody will agree on with the 240Z doesn't have vented front rotors. The brakes on the car over a long run are typically the place where it lets down the driver. Now, this is only a 15-lap race. It's 5 laps shorter than we're going to see tomorrow from this group. It may not be long enough to affect Gibson in that 240Z, but Gibson may already be, managing the equipment as they come out of turn 10 and going now, as you'll see on the cameras, side by side for a moment there as Gruber goes to driver's left. Gibson later on the brakes to the inside, driver's right, and Liller is right on the back bumper of Gruber as they come through turns 1 and 2.
Gruber tried to make that left to right entrance into turn 1, Dominic, but it doesn't prevail too much as now Mark Gibson opens up by about a car length over Camden Gruber.
And again, Mark Gibson just touches the gravel there in turn number 3. And again, Cam Gruber gets a great run, driving very smoothly here through turn number 3. And again, Mark Liller right back there watching this unfold, seeing where he might be able to potentially make a move. Looking a little bit back in the order, Brian, as you alluded to, with Patrick Pegues and Carl Fossler running third and fourth in ITB, still having a great nose-to-tail battle. I
tell you what, last time by coming out of turn 10, Carl Fossler got a heck of a run off of turn 10 to head down towards the start-finish line to the 36 of Patrick McGee's. But I tell you what, Patrick at the end of the straightaway was able to open it up by that car length. By the time they got out of turn 2, Dominic, just as you said, they were back nose to tail. Here comes our leaders again in Mark Gibson, Camden Gruber, and Mark Liller, as Mark Liller drops back about 2 car lengths there between Gruber and Gibson. You're right, Greg. I don't know if Gibson's trying to take care of his equipment right now. Gruber seems like he wants to push the issue going into the braking zone, makes that left to right entrance into the braking zone of turn 1, and that's where Gibson's able to pull away a little bit.
All right, so a little bit further back in the ITS field, I've been watching this battle for a couple laps. I talked about on the opening lap how John Legg and ITP leader Scotty Holman were together side by side. Well, since the end of lap 1, not side by side, but nose to tail, and you see him going through turn 1 right now. John Legg in that blue and white number 61 Datsun 240Z, Chuck DeHaven in the E30 BMW have been within a car length or so. Now, DeHaven hasn't been able to get up, I think, and been really in a position to affect the pass yet, but I think most importantly, he's staying close. And Legg has had some reliability issues with that car over the course of the season, so it might not be a bad place for DeHaven to be.
Yeah, taking care of his equipment right there, probably knowing that John Legg has had some reliability issues as they get going. We talk about the cool temperatures as well, and we talked about some of the lockup. So lockup in some of the brakes is we're waiting for our overall leaders there coming out of turn 10, heading down past the start-finish line now, Greg.
All right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. This is Big Bore and ITA. If you could please start heading to the grid. Big Bore drivers, ITA drivers, please start making your way to the grid. Your race is next.
Okay, Brian, we do have our leaders coming out of turn 2. Mark Gibson ahead of Cam Gruber by about 2 car lengths, and then Mark Lohr about 2 car lengths back from there. Looking back to our ITS with John Legg and Chuck DeHaven, they're making their way into turn 1. And this time through, John Legg able to edge out just a little bit of performance over Chuck DeHaven at this point. And John Legg is someone who my dad knows from going several years back, who used to compete in autocross competition, and someone who I remember my dad being very complimentary of, being a smooth driver and also being a very capable driver. Brian.
I tell you what, watching this Patrick Pegues and Carl Fossler again, we just noticed coming out of turn 10, Pegues going all the way driver's right coming out of 10, trying to really break that draft from Fossler. Fossler staying over driver's left as they head down into turn 1. Fossler's going to close that gap by about half a car length to a car length going out of turn 1 and turn 2, still not able to get past Patrick Pegues. Here comes our overall leaders in ITS. That is Mark Gibson, Camden Gruber. Camden Gruber looks like he's just patient to sit right there behind him. Mark Liller's just trying to say, okay, gentlemen, let's see you guys start going by side, because then that's when I'm going to reel it in. And there we go, Greg. Here they go, side by side down into turn 1. If you're watching on YouTube, they're coming right at you. Side by side, Gibson and Gruber as they come out of turn 1 and turn 2. I think Gibson's going to have it, Dominic.
Or I was going to say, Dom, before we jump over to you, that one of the things I'm noticing each lap out of turn 10, Gruber with much better speed, we know that the Miata, or in this case the MX-5, a much better handling platform, I think, than the Datsun. It's only got about 30 years of suspension design, additional design experience there. But there's not much that he can do with it. Once they get about halfway down the straight, he can draft up to the back of Mark Gibson. But Gibson really places that car very well going into 1. Doesn't really leave Gruber in a good position to try and affect the pass. He can go a little bit later on the brakes, but it only brings him maybe up to the quarter panel of the Datsun.
Yep. And this being Cam's debut in ITS is definitely learning a lot about the dynamic of racing, because he's typically been accustomed to racing in more of a spec class and primarily only with Mazdas as well. So
right.
Getting experience racing with
other cars,
Nissan products and other cars as well.
Yeah, it's a much different game. I mean, as much as you can you talk about how great the racing is in Spec Miata and how these drivers can draft inches off of one another practically all the way in a racetrack. There's a lot to be said when you have cars with different performance envelopes on the track together, because you might have a very good idea of what your competitor is going to do in Spec Miata because he's driving pretty much the same platform as you, and you know what the strengths and the weaknesses are. But Cam Gruber, his first time in this car, certainly doesn't know necessarily the strengths of the car he's driving, but he hasn't been racing Datsun 240Zs to know where they're going to be strong and know where they're weak to try to formulate a strategy on how to get by.
Well, I tell you what, these two leaders here within Gibson and Gruber, they're starting to pull away from Liller, and it looks like the Lillers are doing an enduro here because they went back-to-back with that driver change. So, that car's starting to fall off a little bit as I was watching.
It's running the endurance pace.
It is. I was watching it going through turn 5, and they seem to be dropping back a little bit more and more. Mark's probably driving the you-know-what out of it, trying to get as much out of it as he can, just waiting for them as they come out of turn 8 now, heading up underneath the bridge, just trying to figure out which one of them is going to make a mistake. So it could be that Mark's just sitting back patiently waiting. Here comes that Patrick McGee's, Carl Fossler, and now throw in George Ortiz, but then you've got our overall leaders in ITS with Gibson and Gruber. They're going to come up on that battle of that trio there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in ITB, probably within the next lap and a half, if not 2 laps, Dominic.
And our leaders making their way, Gibson and Gruber making their way into turn 1. They've left Marco behind. He's trailing back by about 8 car lengths at this point. We start to watch, and as we mentioned, George Ortiz had looped the car on the opening lap and has now worked his way back to his fellow ITB competitors, Carl Fossler and Patrick Pegues, as they make their way to turn 3. But now they're going to have the ITS leaders fill in their mirrors, so both Gibson and Gruber are going to have to find a safe way to get by.
Yeah, they are, and and again in ITB, that is the battle for 3rd position right now. As we just have our leader in ITB, Scotty Holman, cross the stripe, and as Scotty Holman goes down now into turn 1, we just now have John Kinberg coming out of turn 10. So big gap there in speeds as Holman just ran his fastest lap of the race at a 1:29.7. Kinberg almost a full 3 seconds off of that time. Guys, let me make another call to the grid real quick for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group 6. That's Big Bore and ITA. Please start heading to the grid. Big Bore and ITA drivers, please head to the grid.
Greg, I tell you what, while you were making that announcement, we almost had 3 wide coming out of turn 8, headed down in through with our overall leaders. Looks like we may have a car somewhere over there in 7. I know you're getting the race call now. Go ahead.
All right, so down at turn 7, we've been watching that battle between Patrick Pegues and Carl Fossler. Fossler in the Porsche 924 having some tire issues. He has pulled the car off. Our emergency services folks that are stationed down at that end of the track over what they call Baker, a little cutoff road there, are attending to him right now. But it looks like Fossler's day is now done. So it is now just a 2-car battle for the last step on the podium in ITB as Patrick Pegues and the Honda Civic of George Ortiz now head through turn 3.
I tell you what, as I was talking about it last time by, as they were coming up through that with the Fossler, you saw Camden Gruber and Mark Gibson go 3 wide with George Ortiz coming out of turn 8. Now as I look in the camera, Gruber and Gibson are side by side going through turns 5. We'll take a look at the other camera here and we'll see when they come out of turn 8 whether or not they are. Gibson now leads by about half a car length, but Dominic, Gruber gets a great run out of turn 8 up the hill under the bridge, and this is where we've been noticing Camden Gruber. He's really picking up a lot of time out of 10.
So I was going to say that Mark Gibson, the past 2 laps through turn number 3, has definitely been feeling the heat. Has dropped right side tires in the gravel, has been able to keep it under control, but definitely feeling the pressure of Cam Gruber behind. They cross the stripe as we now have 4 laps remaining. They make their way into turn number 1, and once again, Cam Gruber just sitting back there. This time goes to driver's left in order to try to open up turn number 1 a little bit, and again goes right to the rear bumper of Gibson's Datsun 240Z as they make their way out of turn number 2. And again, Gruber right on the back of Gibson. Gibson's able to pull him just a little bit coming out of turn 2, opens up about a car length and a half advantage as they make their way through turn 3. And we'll see this time both drivers a lot smoother, keep all 4 tires on the asphalt.
All right, so Brian, maybe in keeping with that endurance theme with the 127 car and Mark and Jeff Liller, the 127 car has come down the pit lane. Maybe they're going to be doing a brake change or something along those lines. I don't know. Maybe they're testing, see how long it takes Jeff to get in the car. I don't know, but it looks like the 127 machine of Mark Liller is now done. That is going to move Steve Moeller in the number 49 Mazda Miata up into the 3rd position, into the bronze medal position here in ITS.
Yeah, that That's a lot of laps on that car right there. So, again, probably Mark's just trying to feel some stuff out. Here comes our ITS lead. And I tell you what, and we've been talking about this, I'll say it one more time. Camden Gruber gets a heck of a run out of turn 10. Mark Gibson just not going to give it up so easy. Moves over into the center of the racetrack. There's a seam that runs down the center. And so now Gruber's going to go driver's left. He's going to probably take it too wide, take it a little bit deeper.
Ooh,
Mark Gibson locks up on the right front there, heading into turn 1, Greg. And now they start to come up. Dominic, we'll have to see whether or not Gruber's able to hold off on that, but it doesn't look like it. It still looks like it is Mark Gibson with the lead.
Gibson still has the advantage over Gruber at this point as they go up to turn 3. It's about a car length. They do have John Kimberg just up the road, so looking at our cameras, hoping that they can get by Kimberg with ease. Looking back to our ITB cars, George Ortiz has caught the, as we mentioned, had caught the back of Carl Foster, who unfortunately had to retire, but now is putting pressure on Patrick McGee's in that Alfa Romeo, and they're making their way up into turn number 3 right now.
Yeah, and so that battle for the lead as we had Gibson lock up the brakes going down into turn 1 underneath. He has been a master at positioning the car. As you said, Brian, there is a bit of a seam at the center of the track. Gibson moves the car just a little bit more to the right to keep Gruber from going underneath him. But what that also allows Cam Gruber to do is keep the car all the way driver's left, try to open up the corner as much as possible. He should be trying to pinch Gibson down, and he did that last time with that brake lockup. But Gibson still able to just dig out of the corners with that straight 6 torque that the Miata doesn't have.
Gruber knows about the draft, right? So Gruber knows that he's got to stay tucked in there. And when they get down to that 400-500 foot mark, that's where Gruber starts to make his move to do driver's left, hoping to get Gibson to make a mistake. And Dominic, with 2 laps to go, it doesn't look like Mark Gibson's going to make a mistake. So Gruber's going to have to get a better run than what he's gotten the first 13 laps out of turn 10 and out of the back half of this racetrack if he wants to make that pass.
Yep. And Gruber's best chance here might just be good old-fashioned filling the mirrors and forcing Gibson into potentially making a mistake after a while of Gibson trying to hit his marks in front, and as well as keep in mind where Cam Gruber's position. It does you do have your mind working in both offense and defense, so it does. So a lot of things can be going through your mind too. And Cam Gruber might have the potential if Gibson slips up just a little amount.
I was going to say, now coming into today's races, Mark Gibson is your ITS leader by about 120 points over Jeff Lucas, who is not here this weekend. Of course, we do have John Legg out there. Legg is almost 600 points back, so not going to be much of a factor, but. Taking the extend on that lead now is Mark Gibson coming out of turn 10. He's getting the 1-to-go board here. So as we now head down into turn 1, for the very last time, Mark Gibson again protecting to the inside, Brian.
Yeah, trying to protect that inside and is able to continue to get the run. It looks like Gruber's trying to do that over under Dominic, just not able to make that stick coming out of turn 2. Loses a little bit of traction, and that's where he's dropping back just a little bit, and that's the gap for the entire lap that he has to work to try to get. So, again, we'll see whether or not he can get down in through turn 4 and through turn 5. That's where he also makes up a little bit of run there. But, again, we saw him side by side early on there. He looks like he's going to try it again and go side by side. It's whether or not he's going to be able to hold it off going through 6 and 7.
And what we've seen is that, again, Mark Gibson's able to get off these corners really well, especially the low-speed corners. And Cam Gruber isn't able to do much in order to respond just based on how the 2 cars perform. And so Cam Gruber's been done very well to stay on the back of that car, but doesn't quite have enough to get alongside.
Tell you what, coming out of turn 8, he's still about that half car length lead. We'll see whether or not he can get that run. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get that much, but just as I say that, he tucks right on the back bumper. We'll see what he's going to do. Gibson's got it pretty much blocked off right there. Give the win to Mark Gibson there in that 13, in that 240Z. Second place in ITS is going to be the number 5 of Camden Gruber.
And we're going to have to wait to see if John Legg is able to make up ground on Steve Moeller. Moeller was about a quarter of the track length back, crossing the stripe now, and he's going to finish second in ITB is John Kinberg, who finishes a lap down to Scotty Holman. And here comes Steve Moeller out of turn 10, and he is going to take home the bronze medal here in ITS. Still waiting for the rest of our ITB field to come on through, and we'll see how that battle between John Legg and Chuck DeHaven plays out. But here we go. This is now the battle for third in the battle for third in ITB. Patrick Pegues continues to lead George Ortiz out of turn 10, the number 36 Alpha. He's going to come home third in ITB. George Ortiz will finish fourth, and as we jump back to ITS, John Legg, he's going to finish fourth. Chuck DeHaven will finish fifth, and finally, I think our last car across the stripe is actually our ITB winner, and that is Scotty Holman. So let's go. We'll run things down here, since I think I just thoroughly confused everybody with jumping around here. Taking the win today in ITS is Mark Gibson in the number 13 Datsun 240Z. Finishing second is Cam Gruber out of Winchester, Virginia in his Mazda MX-5. Steve Moeller comes home in third. John Legg finishes just off the podium in ITS. Taking the win in ITB is Scotty Holman and his Mazda Protege out of Frederick, Maryland. John Kinberg will come home in second. Patrick Pegues will come home in third. And so let's do this. Let's take another quick break. And what we're going to do, I think we have a little bit of cleanup. I think they've got to get the Porsche of Carl Fossler. And so I'm going to fix up a little screen here, and let's do this before we go to break. Brian, let's thank another one of our great sponsors of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and Washington D.C. region of the SCCA, and our title sponsor this week, and that's OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, and with that, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore and ITA. If you haven't already made your way to the grid, you need to do so now. Race group number 6, that's Big Bore and ITA. Please head to the grid. And so, Brian, Dom, let's take a quick break. I'm going to grab a little water after that exciting race, and when we come back, we'll have that Big Bore and ITA race here from Summit Point, West Virginia, where you are listening to the October MARRS presented by OG Racing, Radial Tire Company, and EVSR. We'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. And just to head up in the booth during our little break, Charlie Greenhouse. Great to talk to him and get some information on the test program that they've been going through to get their cars ready for the 25 hours of Thunder Hill. And Charlie's going to be joining us a little bit later for the Spec Racer Ford race. Not driving in the EVSR, but actually driving Mike Amy's Doggone Racing Spec Racer Ford. He's qualified 7th. Was finally able to fit it in with his program. So we look forward to seeing Charlie out there a little bit later this afternoon. So let's do this as we get ready for ITA and Big Bore. Dom, let's run down the starting grid.
So for Group 6, Big Bore and ITA will have 16 starters. Starting in the 16th spot, we'll have car 113 out of Downingtown, Pennsylvania, driving a Mazda Miata. That's Kevin Gaiman. Starting 15th, driving car number 97 from Alexandria, Virginia, we have driving a Mazda Miata in ITA, Barry Brown. Starting in 14th, we'll have car 00 from Hampstead, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata, and that's Justin Shepard. In the 13th spot will be car number 60 out of Lincoln, Delaware, at the wheel of a Ford Mustang and American sedan, Melvin Miller. Starting 12th, we'll have car number 89 from Herndon, Virginia, and a Mazda Miata ITA, Jameson Huffman. 11th starter will be car number 59 from Medford, New Jersey, driving a Toyota MR2, that's Peter Dunn. Starting 10th, we'll have car number 40 out of Charlestown, West Virginia, in a Honda CRX, that's Morgan Burkhardt. Starting in the 9th spot, we'll have car number 1 from Gainesville, Virginia, in a Mazda Miata, and that's Dan Freeman. And our 8th starter will be car number 31, our ITA pole sitter, out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, in a Mazda Miata, Joe Gambino. Starting 7th, we'll have car number 9 out of Malvertown, Virginia, at the wheel of a Subaru Impreza WRX STI, that's Anthony Pacelli. In 6th, we'll have car number 19 from East Hampton, Massachusetts, driving a Ford Mustang, that's Mark Wheaton. In 5th spot, we'll have car 69 out of Sterling, Virginia, in a Chevy Corvette in the ITE class, Andre Belanc. In fourth, we have car number 14 from New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, driving a Ford Mustang, and that's James Jost. Starting in the third spot is car number 88 from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, driving a Ford Mustang, and our fastest qualified American sedan car, that's Stephen Ott. And on the front row, we'll have car number 119 out of Bowie, Maryland, in a Dodge Neon SRT4, our fastest qualified STU, that's Mark Liller. And on the pole, we'll have car number 3 from Centerville, Virginia, at the wheel of a Honda Civic Type R, and that is Marty Gran.
I tell you what, Greg, we were talking about, have we seen a race group that doesn't have a Liller in it yet this weekend?
No, we have not.
I think it's been in every single race one. Group that we've had. One of the other things, and I think that could be one of the reasons why I didn't want to make a driver change here on the grid or on pit road there from his last race group, so that's probably why he came. Good thing is you know what, at the runoffs, so I got a James Jost 2021 American Sedan T-shirt. I haven't gotten one yet from but I got a T-shirt
from Chris Childs.
So, but I got a T-shirt, and I didn't even ask for it.
Now a former national champion, James Jost, your 2021 American Sedan national champion. Marty Gran, a national champion in his own right, former T2 national champion. We also have. We'll call him national champion adjacent Anthony Pacelli, whose car that he's driving this weekend just took home the national championship in STU with Chip Herr behind the wheel. As we.
He's a silver medalist.
That's right. He was a silver medalist. That's right. Joe
Mosier ended up winning it. But again, a lot of drama. If you haven't watched on YouTube, you guys have got to watch a lot of drama.
And don't talk to Mark Liller about it as.
It's a good thing he's in the race car right now.
He can't hear this. He had some oil issues. All right, so we've got the pace car now on the pit lane as the Honda Civic Type R, that black car. And I think Marty Gran is still hoping for rain at this point. He saw the clouds come out.
Got his lights on. He wants to make sure he's going in the right direction.
That's right. He didn't get the rain at the runoffs. Maybe it'll come down in the middle of this race here. He's driving that front-wheel drive Civic Type R.
Wave off in the start on this. So.
Start is waved off. Might also add that we have one additional driver in the field, and that driving his Chevy Corvette, David Smith, in the number 47 car, the C3, actually that's a C4 Corvette. He's going to be starting from the tail end of the field, but we do have this start waved off, and so the drivers will go back around, and this first lap, even though still under full course caution, is an official race lap. So when they take the green flag, they'll have 14. Assuming they get the start this next time by, they'll have 14 laps to go. Now, I did talk during lunch to John Burkhardt and asked him why we had the wave off in the SSM race, and basically said the front of the field, first couple rows, were already racing coming out of turn 10. They had the speed. John was ready to give them the green flag and saw how they came out of turn 10. And as they kind of got to that make or break spot where he had to make the determination whether or not he could give them the green flag or not, they were still going, so they got the wave off. I didn't see that from this group here, but they weren't all that well formed up, especially towards the mid-pack.
Yeah, I think when you get to the middle of the pack of this one group here, it seemed like they were kind of still spread out, not really, in behind each other, nose to tail. They were kind of, side to side a little bit as, they'll go around again, but we'll see whether or not
I think I see, and I don't know if he has a T-shirt in hand, but I think I see Chris Childs coming up towards the booth. He might be hiding that. Hey guys, real quick, since we have a tiny bit of time here, as the field now is coming through the carousel still under full course caution. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Sure. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That is Spec Miata. Spec Miata drivers, if you could please make your way to the grid. Race Group 7, Spec Miata, please make your way to the grid.
As now our cars, Greg, are now starting to come up underneath the bridge and headed down over into turn 10. We'll see whether or not we get the start here. Again, the first couple rows here in this group seem to be lined up. It seemed that when we got to the middle of that pack, People were trying to jockey themselves into position of where they're going to go. So we'll see whether or not the starter gives them here again. Looks a little bit better to start up here.
The last two rows are kind of trailing behind. Let's see if they get the start this time. I believe Dave Sterling is your starter, and green flag is in the air, and we are underway. We've now got a quick little breakaway. We've got our T2 leader and pole sitter, Marty Grand in his Honda Civic Type R. We've got Mark Liller in his Dodge Neon. These two forced induction cars break out early from the rest of the field, and as they go down into turn one, it is Mark Liller taking the point. Andre Blanc will drop into third position.
And it looks like we may have one of our American sedans. That may be the Mark Wheaton machine in that number 19, not able to get all the way through turns 1 and 2, Dominic, as I still have yet to see him come out. He's just outside of camera view, but I know that he was very, very slow going through there.
Yep. And our two cars at the moment, Marty Grand and Mark Lohr, both of course getting support from Ingersheet Motorsports, so being wrenched on there. Yes, Greg.
All right, no, the call was 9 orange, and I believe, as you said, I think it's the 19 car of Mark Wheaton in the Ford Mustang that's pulled off, and that car is going to need a tow. That is not under power currently, because the number 9 car is Anthony Pacelli, and I don't think Pacelli made the grid. As a matter of fact, I'm showing that both Stephen Ott in the number 88 American sedan Ford Mustang and Anthony Pacelli in the STU Subaru Impreza did not make the grid.
Yeah, so look for our leaders here again. Here's the STU battle and a T2 battle of Mark Liller and Marty Grand. They will come across the start-finish line. Then you've got your Andre Blanc in that 69 ITE machine, and then the 14 of James Jost. That's your leader in American sedan. Again, didn't see Mark Wheaton go back by, Greg, as we watch the rest of the field go down through there.
Dom, let's jump over to ITA for a second here, Dom, because I think that's the race right now to be looking at.
Yep. So our ITA leaders make their way into turn 1, currently led by the number 1 of Dan Freeman. But following closely behind, we have the 59, that's the Toyota MR2 of Peter Doan, and then the number 40 Honda CRX of Morgan Burkhardt. Doan and Burkhardt going side by side momentarily, and that's allowed Dan Freeman to open up about a 5-car length lead over these two cars as they make their way through. Joe Gambino sits in the 4th spot, and then Jameson Hoffman in his Mazda Miata sits in 5th. However, it looks as though Joe Gambino, who didn't have the start he was looking for, is going to try to catch the top.
Yeah, matter of fact, Gambino was your pole sitter in ITA, dropped all the way back into 4th position. Now, of course, I've got a lot on the line here with Morgan Burkhardt, who had some oiling issues, actually blew up the motor head, took a rock through his radiator at the Labor Day MARRS, and had needed to replace the motor. Came out of my street car that's been sitting in a field for the last 15 years. As we now have,
so now Eaton is back under power because he just went by the start-finish line, and so did Mark Liller and Marty Grant. Greg, I'll go back to you.
All right, so now let's take a look at that ITA battle coming out of turn 10, as Dan Freeman now has opened up about an 8-car length, actually we call it a 10-car length advantage over Morgan Burkhardt, who had gotten around Peter Doan for the moment, but both Doan as well as Joel Gambino team up and push right past Burkhardt going down into the braking zone. Burkhardt, though, goes down the inside on both Doan and also Gambino. And, Dom, let's take a look. I think he may have gained 2nd position back.
As they come out, as a matter of fact, they go 3 wide to Doan, Gambino, and Burkhardt. Gambino had the momentum, however, and is able to get past both cars as they went out of turn number 2. That's going to push Morgan Burkhardt back to 5th place in class at the moment. However, he and Doan are going to go side by side as they go down the chute.
So apparently my old motor, maybe not the strongest thing out there in the ITA field, but
the brake package is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. That may have been the move of the race. Even though he was not able to hold it in a straight line, that might have been the move of the race by Morgan Burkhardt, to get passed by 2 cars, then to pass them back, all within the span of about 200 feet.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not what happens here when they come back out. Here comes Mark Liller, Marty Grant. Again, that's 1-2. Again, STU, TU battle, Andre Blanc, and then 4th is James Jost. James Jost and them are going to come up on the Mark Wheaton machine, again, who got stuck back there in coming out of turn one. But let's take a look at this ITA battle here again, Greg. Freeman opening up over Joel Gambino. Morgan Burkhart now in third. Peter Doan in fourth. So, again, not able to make that that double car pass going into one stick. He's still holding on to third in that last podium spot in ITA right now.
Yeah, and it looked like Gambino in that Toyota MR2, I think, Dom, has also been over the years a little bit down on power compared to at least some of the Miatas. He was able to draft back up to the CRX, maybe pick up 2 car lengths, but as they got into the braking zone, I think we saw where Burkhardt was able to get on the brakes about 75 feet later. I think also hurting Doan is he does not appear to be carrying as much speed as our top 3 cars coming out of turn 10.
Yeah, and our top 4 in ITA at this moment are fairly spread out, about 3 car lengths in between each of them. We do have our overall leaders making their way past the stripe.
All right, so we haven't talked about American Sedan at this point. As you might expect, driver the number 14 Ford Mustang, that is James Jost. He's coming out of turn 10 right now onto the front straight, only about 2 car lengths back behind Andre Blanc's ITE Corvette. That's the battle for third overall, but Jost with a huge advantage now over the rest of the American Sedan field. We're actually waiting for the remainder of the American Sedan field to come onto the front straight here. Melvin Miller was running second. And then Mark Wheaton running third in the 19 machine. Stephen Ott in the number 88 Mustangs we mentioned did not make the field.
Tell you what, let's go back and talk about this ITA battle here, Dominic. Daniel Freeman leading Joel Gambino, but not by much. As they go down into turn 1 and coming out of turn 2, Joel Gambino has closed that gap to 0.4 of a second, but now as we look out of turn 2 out the window, he's right on the back bumper of Daniel Freeman.
It looks like he's slightly looking left and then slightly looking right, looking for a way by Dan Freeman, who currently sits first in ITA. And as they go through turn number 3, Joe Gambino might be looking to go side by side with Freeman. We'll take a look at our turn 5 monitor here to see how they are tracking. And as they do go in, it looks as though for the time being that Freeman is able to hold on to the spot over Gambino, but they have opened up about a 10 car length advantage over Morgan Burkhardt, and you go even further back until you get to 4th place Peter Doan.
Yeah, it looks like Burkhardt's really been able to extend his advantage over 4th place Peter Doan. As we now take a look, we were look at this just a moment ago. James Jost in his American Sedan Mustang. Drafting off of Andre Blanc going down into turn 1. Both of those drivers are coming up on the 19 machine of Wheaton. Wheaton, who had that early off and early what we thought was a mechanical issue, maybe choking down where Blanc and Jost are looking to go as they go through turn 3 right now. If Jost gets around the number 19 machine, he'll be putting him a lap down in American Sedan.
Yeah, right now, like you said, Mark Wheaton on the very tail end of that lead lap in American Sedan. Full lap down to Mark Liller and Marty Grant as they went by last time by. We'll talk about Barry Brown a little bit in that number 97, again, a little bit further back in ITA. That is a former Kevin Richlick car out there that I think Barry has picked up from Kevin and that team. So, again, still having the same livery on that car, still running it for Barry Brown. I think Barry, last time we were here, it looks like Morgan Burkhart's day is now done. So, Greg, evidently your motor did not last.
Yeah, I guess I won't be making much money off of this one.
Looks like now you have to pay them.
I brought the title up from North Carolina. I guess I'm not selling the parts car.
So Barry having a problem with his car, last time during the Labor Day double. Right. So I think that, picking this car up. Dominic?
We do have our leaders making their way up to turn number 3. And something I wanted to mention about Marty Grant, who was, of course, a participant at the SCCA run-ups last weekend, had the distinction of not only being the only front-wheel drive car in the field, but also the only 4-cylinder.
That's right.
And so had a great battle with a number of the fall-line BMWs as well as some of the Porsches. And I was spectating from turn 4 for most of that race, and it was great to see him jump the curbs. As we do have, going back to our battle in ITA, we do have Gambino now, who has overtaken Dan Freeman for top spot in ITA. However, Dan Freeman's sticking right with him, and we'll see if how much he can stay in the draft of Gambino as they come around and make their way out of turn number 2.
I tell you what, you talk about the runoffs here, and I know that we're, kind of in the last summit point as far as the regional goes. A lot of these drivers were there.
Right.
So go take a look at some of these cars. So, you're watching out here and you're seeing it today. Go watch it on the YouTube for the SCCA National Championship runoff from VIR. A lot of these drivers are there. So go watch and see what they did, because it's very fascinating to see what we've been talking about.
Yeah, so first off, and this is a good segue, Brian, if you like what you see, if you like what you hear today and you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead, click on that big thumbs up button and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. Click on the notification bell so you can find out when we go live. But if you go to the SCCA official YouTube channel, and that's the name of it, SCCA space official, you'll see all 3 days of race coverage. You'll also get to see the Inside the SCCA webcast that Brian Belansky and I did, and Brian was producing the whole thing. So a lot of synergy there. That's like my big word from the runoffs is synergy. A lot of synergy there. Go ahead and check us all out. As we have a car now, Brian. Well, we had a car. Maybe the issue is my camera feed, or our camera feed, down there at Turn 8. It looked like we had a car at a dead stop at Turn 8. Turns out it was just our camera at a dead stop at Turn 8.
I think we've lost all the cameras. I think we've started to lose the connection there a little bit. I was going to say, Mark Lillard's car just went from being a Dodge Neon to a complete, almost an 18-wheeler pickup or an 18-wheeler tractor trailer there coming out of turn 8. So anyway, we got one car. Looks like it may have gone off in turn 1. I see a lot of smoke and dust and dirt, and we do have standing yellow. And Greg, I can tell you what, we've got a lot of debris down there, and I have a feeling.
All right, and Brian, that is, I'm trying to get the number. I believe we've got. I believe that might be Marty Grand in the Marty Civic Type R.
And Greg, let me interrupt you here.
We've got oil on the track at this point.
We've got a ton of stuff, and we've got a lot of oil. We got the 47 David Smith spinning. We got Mark Wheaton, and I tell you what, he is all the way through the gravel trap.
Yeah, we've got a large line of oil on the track. The checkered flag is now being displayed, so we're going to checker this race a little early. Here, we'll run down the order in just a moment here. As we wait for the cars to try and funnel by, but we do have, as Marty Grand, when he lost the motor, he tried to get the car into the grass over by the turn 1 flag stand, and so there is a line of oil that goes from driver's left at about the 400-foot mark all the way to driver's right at about the 200-foot mark. And so the cars, as they go, and we are now at a full course, displaying a full course caution in order to settle the field down, as we have emergency services vehicles responding as well. So let's go, Brian, and we'll try to get the final order here, as I believe Mark Liller will be, and we still have to wait for Liller to cross the stripe here, but Liller should be your race winner and takes the win as the sole car in STU. Andre Blanc will finish second, in the number 69 Chevy Corvette. Then James Jost taking the win in American Sedan, and then Joel Gambino finishing 4th in ITA. Let's break things down by class, where Jost takes the win in American Sedan. Melvin Miller finishing 2nd. Mark Wheaton finishing in 3rd. Andre Blanc, again, your sole driver in ITE. In GT1, David Smith in his Chevy Corvette takes the win. Again, our sole driver in class. In STU, Mark Liller, our sole driver in the class. And if we take a look at ITA, we've got Joel Gambino in the number 31 Mazda Miata. He is your winner. Dan Freeman will come home 2nd. Peter Doan will finish 3rd. Jamison Huffman 4th. Justin Shepard finishing 5th. Barry Brown, Kevin Gaiman, and of course Morgan Burkhardt, retiring his car after only 5 laps, will come home in 8th. So what we're going to do, gentlemen, let's take another quick break. And this one, because it looks like we've got some oil cleanup, is not going to be so quick of a break here. It's going to be a little bit longer break, frankly. But we're going to get everything cleaned up here, And when we come back, we're going to have our next race group, and that group is Spec Miata. Let's make another call to the grid to bring our Spec Miata drivers up. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Spec Miata drivers, that's race group 7. If you can please make your way to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, please make your way to the grid now. You are next up for your 15-lap heat race. Again, Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid now. All right, so let's go. And I think I just had some of my computer freeze up here. Let's take a look. Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. All right, so let's do this. Let's take that break. We're going to play some music. We're going to play some spots from our sponsors. And when we come back, it'll be Spec Miata racing here at Summit Point Raceway. You are listening to the October MARRS presented by OG Racing, and we'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, everybody, just want to give a quick little update, both here at the track and also for our people watching and listening at home. We do have currently a bit of cleanup going on down at Turn 1. We've got some oil cleanup. We've got some tire wall cleanup. We have not received an estimated start time, at least not that I have heard. But as soon as we have more information, we will definitely let you know. Again, so hold tight. And again, reminder: if you're watching at home on YouTube, at this point it's kind of like watching grass grow. But please go ahead and give us a like if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to the Washington WDCR-SCCA YouTube channel and click on that notification bell to find out every time that we go live. So as soon as we get some more information, we will let you know, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments here from Summit Point as part of the October MARRS presented by OG Racing.
Reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, hi everybody. Just a quick update as we're here at Summit Point under a bit of a delay as we're doing some tire wall repairs and putting down some oil dry and trying to clean up the situation over at Turn 1. We've gotten a little bit of an update. This is not, not 100% certain, and please don't start your stopwatches based on what I say. But we've been told it's probably going to be about another 20 minutes or so before we are ready to put cars on track again. Still some cleanup, tire wall, oil, you name it, down at Turn 1. So as soon as we get some more information, we'll definitely pass it along. But again, for everybody, especially those listening at home, I think most of the people here at the track kind of know what's going on. But for those of you that are watching and listening at home, it's going to be probably another 20 minutes or so, and we should have our Spec Miata race out on track, hopefully very, very soon.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati as well as Dom Mandiel. And it's been a bit of a, we've had a bit of a downtime here as we were getting everything all cleaned up. But we are getting ready to go back to racing. We've got everything down to turn one, all taken care of, and we'll likely have a debris flag at the start-finish stand and going into turn one on the very next, on the very first lap for our Spec Miata race. They are up next. We can see the drivers getting into the cars, and we have our splitter heading up to the top of the grid. So we are definitely getting things back underway here at Summit Point. And I want to thank everybody for hanging tight, hanging tough, and sticking around for us here as we have two more 15-lap heat races to go today. And then let's jump over and quickly take a look at the calendar for tomorrow. We're going to be starting with cars on course at 8:15 a.m. We're going to have a 10-lap race for our EVSR Sprint Bracket Racing Championship. We'll then have a little bit of downtime as we get ready for our first MARRS races, our 20-lap feature races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We're going to have groups 1 through 3. Then we're going to jump back to Sprint Bracket Racing, the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship. They're going to have their second 10-lap race of the day, and then we're going to round things out with our last 4 MARRS races of the weekend here at Summit Point. So let's jump here. And guys, as we're getting ready, and I haven't heard the 1-minute warning, but we can see that the pace car is staged and ready to go. Let's run down the starting grid for today's Spec Miata race.
Starting 16th in the 111 from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, Jared Odrick. Starting 15th from Purcellville, Virginia, in the number 41, that's Chris Hubert. Starting in the 14th position from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 47 of James Hunt. Starting in the 13th position in the number 7 from Harrisonburg, Virginia, that's Brad Williams. Starting 12th from Indian Creek, Illinois, the number 81 of Lawrence Cahall. Starting in the 11th position, the 02 from Amelia Courthouse, Virginia, that's George Paul. Starting in the 10th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the number 6 of Shauna Lamena. Starting in the 9th position, the 04 from Cherryville, North Carolina, that's Stephen Figura. Starting in the 8th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 08 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 7th position from Durwood, Maryland, the number 44 of Kip Gaynor. Starting in the 6th position from Colts Neck, New Jersey, the number 34 of Thomas Polino. Starting in the 5th position from Centerville, Virginia, number 10, that's Glenn Evans. Starting in the 4th position outside row 2 from Oakland, New Jersey, that's the 88 of Michael Lamena. Starting in the 3rd position from Darnestown, Maryland, the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting on your front row in the 2nd position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 78 of Ted Cahall. And starting on the pole from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. That is your starting field. Greg?
All right. Well, before we get on, as we have our Spec Miata drivers now on the track for their single pace lap, Brian, I quickly need to make an announcement. Let's ring those annoying chimes. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Would Barry Brown, driver of the number 97 ITA Mazda Miata, please report to the SOMs in the classrooms right near Shea Summit. Again, Barry Brown, driver of ITA Miata number 97. Please report to the SOM in the classrooms over by Shea Summit. All right, so gentlemen, it's been a long time coming. We're going to get back to some Miata racing here as we've got Spec Miata, and as always, should be a very exciting field. Now, we were talking about this, Brian, as they went out for qualifying this morning. Michael Lamena, he's got a lot to worry about today. Besides having to battle Jeremy Butts and Ted Cahall and John Hotz, he's got some family matters to worry about here this weekend as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, looking for Shauna to make a run here. I know that car had some work done to it, so I know Michael kind of dropped back a little bit here to try to get the draft. Again, this is all about the draft. We talked about that in SSM earlier. Spec Miata is the same way. So you want to get the draft, want to get a good run, especially in qualifying. Drop back, got him back behind some things, turned around and thought for sure he was going to wait for Shauna to, kind of catch her and help her. Did not. Got in back behind a few other cars, but I'm sure Shauna probably went up there and said, "Hey, give me a little bit of a hand here." So we'll see whether or not she can catch up there to him, and that'd be kind of neat to watch her, pull up in there and get, especially running for that battle for the lead.
Greg, one of the drivers I'm going to be having my eye on today is our outside pole sitter, the 78 of Ted Cahall. Again, alluding back to last weekend's national championship action, Ted started the Spec Miata race 48th and ended up in 14th. So he ended up being the official hard charger from that event. And as they rolled out onto the track for their pace lap, I also saw that he has sticker tires on the car this afternoon. So having been outside, the air temperature is a little cooler, so he's going to have to really work to get some heat in those new tires, as we do have our field making their way on turn 10 for the start. All
right, so pace car is on the pit lane, and our pole sitter bringing the field onto the front straight. And for the second time today, Brian, in a Miata class, third time today, wave off at the front of the field. And so our Spec Miata field now is going to have to grid back up. Or not grid up, but they're going to have to form back up 2 by 2. And our pole sitter, John Hotz, driver of the number 63 machine, he is effectively your pace car, bringing this field back around. The clock is running, and we are now working our very first lap, but it is under full course caution.
Yeah, again, Greg, I think is another product of, you get your first couple rows all built up, ready to go, and you get them all lined up, and it's the back half. Again, you're coming off an incident down in turn 1. You don't know what the track is like. You don't want to go barreling down in there. So some of the drivers in the back half of the field
start to lay back,
lay back, and it just becomes a cluster. The starter didn't like what he saw, so decided to wave it off again. But you're right, between John Hotz and Ted Cahall, they've got to gather that field back up and go through. You talked about Cahall going 48th to 14th. Michael Lamena in that same exact race went 47th to 16th.
Yeah, so
and had a chance at catching Cahall. Just had a little bit of incident there on the last lap, but those guys went through such tough conditions as our group now is coming through turns 5 and through turn 6. So they'll have to gridded back up. But Greg, you and I and Dominic, we both saw it. What tough conditions they had. They went from the dry to the wet, back to a little bit of the dry. There was people everywhere.
It was like Spa, where portions of the track were raining, portions of the track were dry, and again, very difficult conditions. As a matter of fact, during the downtime for that cleanup, I was talking to Vic Bruni, who was discussing a little bit about the race strategy as the race unfolded between his son Nick and, say, Preston Pardis, two of the E Street Racing teammates. All right, so the field now coming out of Turn 8, starting to head up towards the bridge. They look very well formed now, and we'll see that. And that was the call from the corner, from our Turn 9 flag stand. So now coming under the bridge and through Turn 10, John Hotz and Ted Cahall, they'll have another opportunity to hopefully get things back underway. And we have, once again, a very early green flag. Just as the last cars in this field come out of Turn 10, the green flag is in the air. And look at this. As we've got the 63 and the 69, John Hotz, Jeremy Butts, jumping out to an early lead and falling all the way back. It looks like Ted Cahall in that red number 78 machine had a miserable start. He falls under braking, I think, all the way back in the 6th or 7th position here, Dom, as they're working their way out from behind the trees. Let's take a look and see what happens.
As they come around turn number 2, John Hotz has the lead, and Jeremy Butts scoots into second place. And now Glenn Evans in the 10 car is having a look at the third spot, and indeed he does. He gets around Kip Gaynor there, and that's going to move Ted Cahall, who started second, back to 5th place. But the car that had a great start was the 111 of, that's going to be Jared Odrick, who started, I believe last on our field, was able to move up 4 spots right from the get-go.
Yeah, and we might as well say it here because, and this might have portended some of the issues on the start as Odrick started towards the rear end of the field on the very first lap, which of course was under full course caution. He was our fastest driver. Jared Odrick in the 111 car turned in a 2-minute 21.385. Congratulations. I have a feeling that isn't going to stand up for very long, however.
No, they're definitely going to come down. But I tell you what, you talk about starts. Kip Gaynor is here comes John Hotz, Jeremy Butts, and now Glenn Evans. That's your top 3. I tell you what, Kip Gaynor had a heck of a start. Battled back. You talk about the start of the race. Jeremy Butts and John Hotz pushing, getting out there in front. And but Kip Gaynor moved all the way up to fourth position right now. Michael Amena sits in 5th. Then you've got Ted Cahall and then Thomas Polino. That's your front 7. A little bit of brake lock up there. Looks like that is going to be from the 04 Stephen Figura as they start to head into turn 1. And again, Dominic, we're seeing a little bit here and there. People are getting locked up a little bit on that stage ride as they head into 1.
We have our leader, John Hotz, going into turn 3, leads Jeremy Butts by about 3 car lengths. Go another 2 until we have go back to Glenn Evans. And the race at this point has stretched out a little bit at the front, starting similar to what we saw in SSM, where we had really 2 packs forming. Something similar is happening here. Bob Cahall in the 08 car being at the front of that second pack.
All right, getting a little bit of a word here from turn 1 on the first lap under green, which is our second lap overall. A little bit of contact between Kip Gaynor and Glenn Evans at the apex. Actually, more than a little contact. The call was 3 separate times, but again, I think as everybody accordion down there on that very first lap. But Brian, you said it. I think a lot of the drivers having some issues maybe with that oil dry because as opposed to it as you typically see in a straight line going down the straightaway, it cuts all the way over from driver's left to driver's right, starts at about the 400-foot mark, ends at the 200-foot mark, and it's really impacting people's ability to get the car woed down going into the braking zone. As we've got our leaders now heading into turn 1, and a great little battle here is Tom Paulino in that 34 machine trying to make up ground on Mike LaMena right now, and it looks like Ted Cahall may have lost another position as they head down into 1, dropping him back to 7th.
Yeah, we had a number of these cars also participate in our STL battle earlier today, as we have our leaders come through turn 3, and Jeremy Butts this time through has reeled in John Hotz. It's only down to about a car length, and we have Michael Mena drop right side tires in the gravel, is able to hold on to that 5th spot as the rest of our field is making its way through. And we had mentioned that Jared Odrick had that great start, and his typical race car is of course that GT2 class Porsche GT3 Cup car. And
right.
So this, of course, a very different platform from that, and so he's definitely getting used to definitely having less horsepower and also a very momentum-driven
Needing
car.
momentum, yeah.
So that's actually going to help him as a driver, right? So you go from something where you have such great power and you're able to power yourselves out of the corner. Now you've got to be able to use this, with a lower power plant and finesse your way and get the feel of a car. So, kudos to Jarrett to come and go from that GT2 car down to, the Spec Miata to be able to learn exactly how to drive. You see Jeremy Butts with his hand out the window to John Hotz. I don't know if he's giving him the chop signal.
Yeah, I was going to say
thanks for chopping me off, or hey, let's just stick nose to tail and let's just go. I'll ride behind you for quite some time.
That's right. As you watch now, as our leaders are going down into turn number 1, and we have John Hotz and Jeremy Butts now have opened up about a 10-car length advantage over Glenn Evans and Kip Gaynor. Butts having run the fastest lap of the race, and have to apologize to Jared Odrick as Jeremy Butts just put in a 126.69, so it doesn't look like that 225 was going to hold up. But yeah, we were watching Butts coming down the straightaway, and it's not typical that you'll see the second car in line giving the hand signals, but he had the left arm out the window. You could see the long arm giving the chop, and I mean he's either an Atlanta Braves fan or maybe a Florida. Not Florida, but Florida State Seminole fan or something. Yeah, given the chop there, but.
I think it's more of, hey, look, John, I'm not worried about passing you right now.
Go.
Let's just go and let's get out. We'll deal with it at the end. We've got to pull away from, obviously Glenn Evans. He's going to be out an island by himself. We talked about, earlier on in the SSM group where John was the one out by himself.
Right.
So he understands that. So trying to get away from Glenn Evans, even more and more, LaMena was able to make that pass on Kip Gaynor last time by, and now LaMena and Evans are going to be nose to tail coming out of turn 10. Here comes our leader again. Jeremy still trying to tell John, let's just stay nose to tail, not trying to pass you, so that we can get the next 5 cars out and we can get way out and build that lead.
Yeah, and so, right behind LaMena, we've got Gaynor, who's now sitting 5th, Ted Cahall, Tom Paulino, sitting 7th, the number 34 car. Steven Figura had a bit of a wild ride through turn 1 the last time by, and as he ended up falling all 4 wheels off the track, everybody behind him had to check up, and there is now about a 70 car length gap between Paulino in 7th, Figura in 8th, and he's got Robert Cahall, Shauna LaMena, and George Paul right behind him. But really now starting to separate the haves from the have-nots in Spec Miata.
And for the Labor Day event, we saw John Hotz for the small ball race bring out an ND chassis Mazda MX-5 for STL. I don't believe ran beyond Saturday, but it was cool to see that ND platform, which is starting to take off. I believe David Palfinier ran this year at the runoffs in that chassis, so definitely trying to pick up momentum. That car, of course, really started to pick up, I believe, in 2015, and has been used for solo and is now making its way into the grassroots.
And we saw Brian Price, who last year at Indianapolis run that chassis as well. In T4, had definitely some straight line issues compared to the NCs and many of the other chassis in Touring 4. He did not bring that car out to the runoffs. But let's track now as our leaders, Hotz and Butts now come down into turn number 1. Hotz just putting in the fast lap of the race at a 126.642. And already we're seeing Michael LaMena now getting maybe a little impatient with Glenn Evans. Goes down the inside of Evans going into 1. Move LaMena now up into 3rd. But there is now almost, about a 30 car length gap from our top 2 cars to our 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place runners.
Yeah, it's about a 4-second lead between Hotz, Butts, and then back down to LaMena now sitting in 3rd. So LaMena probably getting a little impatient there with Evans saying, hey, look, we got to go. We're losing ground. And again, from that 1st to 2nd all the way back to 3rd, that's a little over 4-second gap.
Yep. And as you mentioned, we did have Glenn Evans, who on the last lap at the start-finish line was running as high as 3rd, and now looks to be about 5th or 6th place. And again, that's all by virtue of the fact that some of these drivers are really trying to advance towards the front. Glenn Evans might be of the impression that he might want to sit back. So sometimes when drivers come into this race, some have the mentality that they like to hang out for a little bit. Some would much rather have that charge towards the front, so it could be just a different mentality.
Yeah, starting 1st and 2nd there, and really 1st and 3rd as John Hotz was on the pole and then Jeremy Butts was starting 3rd. They probably formulated a plan right from the very beginning, right? Hanging out there on the grid, having time to talk about it, saying, hey, listen, I have no issues sitting here riding behind you. Let's go out, get a big, huge lead, and then we'll battle out of who's better.
Yeah.
These two, you've seen them from practice day to even the race day. Normally it's Jeremy Butts and Michael LaMena, right? Those are the ones that are always nose to tail. Now, whether it's T4, whether it's SM, and then you throw in Kip Gaynor. John Hotz, again, you get that plan. Now it's, hey, let's just go, let's just run, and let's just see where we can get. As everybody else seems to be single file, nose to tail, not really pushing the issue right now. But again, that gap now is almost 5 seconds back to Michael LaMena in that third position.
Sure. I mean, and it kind of helps with that strategy that that Hot and Butts have. That K-Hall had such a poor start because that bottled up not only K-Hall, but LaMena, who started right behind K-Hall in fourth, dropped that whole row back. And so we saw, they were already from the green flag on the back foot now trying to find their way back up and really allowing Hots and Butts to sneak away unencumbered here to start the race.
Yeah. Yeah, as they come to the start-finish line, there'll be 7 laps to go. They're coming out of turn 10 right now.
Yeah.
So, Greg, why don't we go ahead and make that first call?
Absolutely. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please make your way to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please make your way to the grid.
As you're making that call, Greg, Glenn Evans get a great run out of 8, 9, and up through 10. Goes side by side with Michael LaMena down into 1. If you're watching on YouTube, they're coming right in your video there. They're going to go side by side. Kip Gaynor sitting there right behind all of them there, Dominic. He's not sure which one to go through. Where is he going to go to help pull him? Maybe he could end up in that third position by the time we get into the second half of this lap.
And as they come into turn 3, Glenn Evans holds on to the spot for now, but Michael LaMena and Kip Gaynor are right there, as are Ted K-Hall and now Thomas Polino. And right now, our 5th, 6th, and 7th runners, Gaynor, K-Hall, and Polino, were all in STL this morning, so they've seen each other on the track already and also getting more seat time. And I believe all 3 of them are using the same chassis they were this morning, so definitely getting a lot more seat time that can help them for later in this weekend.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how long this Jeremy Butts is going to sit behind John Hotz. You're looking at timing. Obviously John Hotz running pretty good lap times along with Jeremy. That gap grew to 5.6 seconds last time. So they know what they're doing right now. We'll see Jeremy's kind of pulling out just a little bit. John sitting in the middle of the racetrack right now. I think John Hotz has learned something from Nick Bruni here the last time these guys were here, because John covered every single which way there was. But now, you take a look back here, Dominic. Let's pick up this next battle. Michael LaMena, Kip Gaynor, they're going to go nose to tail. They're going to try to make that pass on Glenn Evans.
Yep, and as they went into turn 1, Glenn Evans on driver's left was pretty much a sitting duck for the drafting duo of LaMena and of Kip Gaynor. They're making their way out of turn number 2, and we'll see as they went through there side by side. And at the moment, Michael LaMena is now your third place runner, and he has Kip Gaynor right behind him, which is going to shovel Glenn Evans back to, I believe, the 5th position at this point. And again, that's allowed both Ted K-Hall and Tom Polino to make inroads. And then we also have side by side Stephen Vergara and Bob K-Hall, who were running nose to tail on the run up to 3. Vergara is able to hold on to that spot for now and dissuades Bob K-Hall's attempt to take over the 8th spot.
Yeah, those two battling back and forth, lap after lap as we're looking for our leaders here. I think here comes our leaders now coming out of turn 8, headed up the hill, up underneath the bridge. They'll be coming out of turn 10 here. Again, there'll be 5 laps to go this next time by. And John Hotz is opening up, Greg, the biggest lead that he's had so far over Jeremy Butts right now by about a car length and a half. But Jeremy Butts not going away. Yeah. Let's see what the gap is back to Michael LaMena sitting in third. Last time by it was 7.5 seconds. We'll see whether or not it's grown, because these guys started to battle a little bit. Now LaMena, now Gaynor. That's third and fourth.
And about 8.7 seconds.
Yeah, so the gap has grown a little bit as those guys, like I said, last time by, they were trying to get past the Glenn Evans.
All right, so with 5 laps remaining here in the Spec Miata race, let me make another call to the grid for our next and final race group of the afternoon. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, this is your second call to the grid.
Hey Greg, while you were making that announcement, we did have Jeremy Butts make a move to the to driver's right and was able to complete the overtake on John Hotz. So you have a new leader in the 69 car of Jeremy Butts, who for the last few laps was doing a lot of gauging to see where he might be able to complete a successful overtake on John Hotz, and was able to do so successfully as they went into third.
Dominic, you talk about that as they came out of turn 2. It looked like, John Hotz thought, okay, Jeremy's going to stay behind me for at least one more lap, and then we got a battle. And Jeremy just kind of went right back into driver's right coming out of turn 2. And now John Hotz is going to get right back on the back bumper of Jeremy Butts coming down out of turn 10. So Jeremy Butts has opened up about a car length and a half. John Hotz, he's going to sit right there behind him. Let's see whether or not John Hotz can outbrake Jeremy Butts going down into turn 1. That's where the plan was last time. And now Hotz goes all the way to driver's right. Again, running the Nick Bruni line here at Summit Point. Gets a great run. John seems to be able to close up when he does that. Breaks that draft and able to get back up. So, Don, let us know what happens coming out of turn 2.
Our leaders do come out of turn 2, and for the moment it is Butts ahead of Hotz, but they go momentarily side by side. And John Hotz to driver's left this time takes a look, has to slot back in. But these two, again, running only about half a car length apart. And then I also saw another, looked as though Tom Polino was able to get ahead of Ted Cahall to take over the 6th spot there. We had Polino falling basically the last car in this train for several laps and made the decision to try to get around. So he was able to move up a spot.
Yeah, and it was an odd move by Cahall there, by Ted Cahall in the 78 machine as those two cars came down in the 1. Cahall was over driver's left, and I don't know if he was under the impression that there might be a dive bomb, but he really opened up the corner, went partially onto the pump house road driver's left going in the 1, and essentially opened up the door for Paulino to come through. Really, if there's going to be an uncontested pass at turn 1, that was certainly the one in Spec Miata. As our leaders now come onto the front straight and past the start-finish line, Jeremy Butts now in that 69 machine, now door-to-door with John Hotz. Hotz moves to the inside, driver's right, as they go under braking into 1. And, Dom, let's take a look and see how it plays out.
John Hotz coming out of turn 1 had the nose ahead. And as they come out of turn 2, it looks as though, again, we are going to go side by side. This time it's Jeremy Butts to driver's left and John Hotz to driver's right. However, John Hotz does the old switcheroo for just a moment as they go up to turn 3. But Jeremy Butts is still able to keep that 63 car at bay.
I tell you what, these laps are 15-lap heat sprint races. John Hotz is going to run 20 laps because he moves side to side. And I don't know if that is John, but John's car seems to get such an advantage going from all the way over to the right, back on line to get into the entry into 1.
It's like a rubber band pulling back across.
Exactly. We saw it a couple, during the Labor Day double when we were here, with Nick and John, and they're doing it. And now all of a sudden he's doing it again with Jeremy, and that's what's able to help him close up.
And we always thought he was doing it with Nick Bruni because Bruni was doing really a masterful job of car placement and defending. But we're seeing Jeremy Butts essentially move the car over driver's left. He sticks on line, and the 63 car of Hotz is still making that move all the way driver's right. And now as they come across the start-finish line, and we'll have just 2 laps remaining here in Spec Miata, the gap now now less than half a lap. Hotz takes a look to the inside, but thinks better of it, gets back behind Jeremy Butts as they go into 1.
And as they go into turn 1, there's the mistake I think Hotz was looking for. Jeremy Butts locks up the right front ever so slightly as they come in, Dominic. So we'll see whether or not John Hotz, I know he's driver's left. He's going to tuck back in behind Jeremy Butts. But Jeremy Butts locked up that right front tire just enough that it may help John Hotz when we get down to the backside of this racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. John Hotz has looked very comfortable both leading and in the draft. So I think that he's just going to be looking for the right place in order to make that move. Wanted to give a quick shout out to the battle that's been brewing a little bit further back, and that's for 15th and 16th with James Hunt, great racing name, of course. And then we also with Chris Huber. James Hunt, the last lap, was able to complete that overtake, so he's now sitting in the 15th spot. So James Hunt was able to get that move done.
All right, so our leaders, we're going to see them here in just a few moments coming up out of turn 10. As a matter of fact, they're going into turn 8 right now, locked nose to tail, coming up the hill and underneath the bridge. And when they cross the start-finish line, there will be just 1 lap remaining here in Spec Miata in this 15 shortened to 14 lap heat race here, as it looks like Jeremy Butts, our leader, may have dropped a wheel coming out of turn 10. Now Butts moves to the inside, driver's right, and it looked for a moment as though Hotz was going to go to driver's left as he had a great run out of 10, but he is now going to follow Jeremy Butts all the way down into the braking zone and into turn 1. Does not attempt to pass on this last lap, Brian.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether or not he can. The group in front of them with Hunt, Oric, and Hubbard, they are nose to tail and side by side, Dominic, as here comes our leaders now. Out of turn 2, Jeremy Butts gets back in line with John Hotz. John Hotz about half a car length back. They're going to run up on that lap traffic here at the end, Dominic.
Yeah, and as they're going down the front straightaway, it looked as though Jeremy Butts really placed that car right where John Hotz would have wanted to go. So it was all about making sure that you hold your competitor at bay without, of course, pulling a blocking move, which would, of course, potentially draw some sort of repercussion. But doing a nice job of putting this car where Hotz would have wanted to.
I tell you what. Sorry, Dominic. As they went through turn 5, they were closing in on that gap for those last couple cars that I talked about. I'm going to look here at the camera as they come out of turn 8. Here comes the Hunt. Here comes the Hubbard. Here comes Butts. Here comes Hotz. They're going to catch them right at turn 10. It's going to play a factor here in the end of this race between Jeremy Butts and John Hotz. We'll see whether or not John Hotz is going to be able to use them.
Yeah, and they were the 4th and 5th cars in a line of 5. Butts tries to get around, and they do get around the trailing car in that group. Jeremy Butts now, hand in the air again, crosses the line. Jeremy Butts is your winner today in Spec Miata. John Hotz will finish in second as they both tried to get around that large group. Michael Lamena, he's going to bring the 88 car home in third. Kip Gaynor in the 44. He's going to finish fourth. Glenn Evans, who had been up as high as third, he is now going to finish in fifth. Ted Cahall, he'll come home in sixth as he goes and crosses the stripe. Then we've got Tom Paulino. Robert Cahall works his way up to eighth, and it's going to be a little bit of a wait here. As we know, Steve Figura had that off early on in the race, and we're still waiting for his pack of cars. He had along with him Sean Alameda, Brad Williams, and George Paul. They're going to be coming up out of turn 10 here in just a moment. As a matter of fact, Figura is all by himself.
No, that's actually Sean Alameda. Figura's already gone by the start-finish line. So that's your 10th position of Sean Alameda right there.
All right, so there you go. Sean Alameda finishing in 10th. And the last few cars, actually the cars that had crossed the line just ahead of our winner, Jeremy Butts, now coming to complete their flying lap. So again, Jeremy Butts, John Hotz, Mike Lamena, your top three here in Spec Miata. So with that, let's thank one of our great partners and sponsors of the MARRS series. But actually, before we do that, let's make a final call to the grid for our final race. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That is Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few minutes. Again, race group number 8, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please make your way to the grid. And so now, let's thank one of our great sponsors, actually our presenting sponsor here this week, and that is OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, and now with that, we're going to take a quick little break and get set up for our final race of the day, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, and we'll be back here in just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS, brought to you by OG Racing. Hang with us. We'll be right back. All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. I want to thank all of our great partners of the Sports Car Club of America that bring you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series each season, OG Racing, Radial Tire Company, and EVSR, as we get ready now for our very last heat race of the weekend, or not of the weekend, but of the day, and that is Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Dominic, why don't we run down the starting grid?
So we'll have a baker's dozen starters for our Group 8 race this afternoon. So starting in the 13th spot will be car number 35 out of Shepherdstown, West Virginia, in the Windsor Customs Rental and Support sponsored entry. That's Jeff Wilson. Starting 12th, we'll have car number 55 out of Freehold, New Jersey, and that's Alan Rothman. Starting 11th, driving car number 51 from Frederick, Maryland, we have Eric Prepsius. In the 10th spot, we'll have car number 31 out of Millersville, Maryland, in the Doggone Racing car. That's Bruce Kreminga. Starting 9th will be car number 75 from Pittstown, New Jersey. That is John Mielo. Starting 8th, we'll have car number 7 from Annapolis, Maryland. Driving that is Keith Frazier. Starting 7th, we'll have car number 27 from Sacramento, Pennsylvania, Charlie Greenhouse. In the 6th spot is car number 74 from Chesapeake, Virginia. Driving that is Joe Blanks. Gridded 5th, driving car number 22 from Southbury, Connecticut, we'll have Lee McNish. In the 4th spot, we find car number 21 from Broad Run, Virginia, in the Cates Engineering car. It's Brian Cates. In the 3rd spot, we'll have car number 11 from Staunton, Virginia, and driving that car is Jisoo Kim. And on our front row, starting on the outside pole, we'll have car 155 out of Boyd's, Maryland. That's Sam Schechter. And our pole sitter will be car number 38 in the Performance Orthopedics sponsor car with a pole time of 1:19.557. It's David Dickerson.
All right, thank you so much, Dom. And as we get ready for our pace car, we're just getting the 1-minute warning now, so they're going to be rolling off the pit lane here in just a few moments. If you want to remind everybody, if you like what you see, if you like what you hear on YouTube, please go ahead, give us that. We're going to try and make that work again because it did not work. Yeah, here we go. It's technology, ladies and gentlemen. What can I tell you? If you like what you see, please go ahead, give us a big thumbs up, click on that subscribe button, and then also hit that notification bell so you can find out when the DC region is going live with motorsports all around the area, not just the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, but solo, rally cross, road rally, you name it. We've got it. And now we've got our field heading out onto the track for their pace lap before this 15-lap heat race. And so a couple quick notes. Obviously, earlier today, we saw what may be the battle to look for play out during our bracket race. We had David Dickerson, driver of the number 38 machine, was the first of our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 cars to cross the line, beating out Brian Cates, who Cates has had a very strong run here this season in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Now, we did not get to see Sam Schechter out here today, but we saw Sam Schechter last week at Virginia International Raceway, where he put in, I think, a fairly strong showing in a car that is pretty new to him. That the Windsor Customs folks had just purchased this car a couple months ago. He's been getting some experience in it, but you know, it was a very tough, a very large field with a lot of experience at VIR a couple weeks ago.
And if I'm not mistaken, Greg, I do believe that car is for sale. So if you want to get into Spec Racer Ford, you know, the Gen 3 option, you may want to go over there and talk to Chris Windsor, and he may be able to make you a good deal.
All right, so Brian Cates, as I said, he's had a strong run so far this year in the MARRS Series. Cates is currently your points leader. He's got 2,435 points, and that is just short of 1,000 points clear of John Hall, who is currently running second in the championship. Jisoo Kim, who's starting third today, well, he's third in the championship right now with 1,410 points. So he's only 50 points back from John Hall. And as we can see here today, John Hall not in the field. But another interesting note, I think I mentioned it earlier, Charlie Greenhouse from EVSR not running one of his EVSR cars here today. as they're doing testing and getting ready for the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill. But he is either renting or borrowing his crew chief's car. That is Greg Amy from Doggone Racing, and we'll see how Charlie does in that ride here today. So we now have lights out on the pace car. They're coming up underneath the bridge now, and we now have the pace car on the pit lane. And that is going to give Dave Dickerson control of the field. Sam Schechter to his left as they come out of turn 10 now on the front straight. And taking a look, I believe our starter is Josh Cockey looking over the field. And we've got a green flag. And now taking to the grass briefly is Charlie Greenhouse in that number 27 blue and yellow Doggone Racing machine. I thought it was Max King behind the wheel of that car for a moment, who happens to be in Italy on his honeymoon. But here we go, going down into turn number 1, hard under braking, and our pole sitter David Dickerson is even up with Sam Schechter. The front two drivers come out of turn 2, Dom, side by side.
Yeah, we do have Dickerson to Jarvis right, and now Sam Schechter looks as though he now establishes the point. So as they go up to 3, your leader is is Sam Schechter, followed by Dickerson, Cates, G2 Kim, and then Joe Blanks, who had started this race in the 6th spot, moves up a place to round out the early top 5.
Tell you what, guys, as they head down into turn 5, Sam Schechter again leading over David Dickerson. Go through everybody else, nose to tail, right through turns 5, headed out through turn 6. We'll take a look at the cameras here, see when they come down through turn 8. I guarantee you they're probably going to be in that same position. Sam Schechter got a heck of a run on the outside there of the turn 1. That's propelled him all the way through the start of this race. So hopefully he's able to finish this off as they come out of turn 8 up through turn 10. He may be the lead lap 1 here. And here they come. They are coming out of turn 10, and they got about a half a car length lead over Dave Dickerson. Dave Dickerson, Dominic, right on the back gearbox. We'll see whether or not he wants to pull out a line or he wants to just stay there. They're starting to open up a little bit of a lead over that 21 of Brian Cates headed down into turn 1.
Yep. Go ahead, Dom.
Yep. Everyone's brake lights comes on, and we do have an inside move from one of the cars a little bit further back. I believe that may have been Keith Frazier in the 7 car trying a big move there to the inside. But going back to our leaders, we have going to turn 3, your leader Sam Schechter, followed behind by half a car length by Dave Dickerson, and then we have Brian Cates calling back from there. We then have Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks, who have started to open up a little bit of a gap, about 5 car lengths over the 27 of Charlie Greenhouse.
All right, now we are under local caution over at turn 3 right now, as we have the 22 car that is off in the gravel. Actually, he's not in the gravel. He is actually all the way driver's right, coming out of turn 3. That 22 machine is Lee McNish. Yeah, who started off 5th today, and looks like he may be far enough off that they're probably just going to leave him here today.
I tell you what, our front 3, Schechter, Dickerson, Cates, they've started to open up now over Jisoo Kim, Joe Blanks, and then throw in Charlie Greenhouse again in that number 27 as they start to come out of turn 10. Now it is your leader of Schechter and Dickerson by about 4 car lengths over the 21 of Brian Cates as they cross the start-finish line, Dominic. Then you've got Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks. They're another 4 or 5 car lengths back after that.
Yeah, and going down to turn 1, we had Dickerson just barely alongside the left rear corner of Sam Schechter's machine. As they make their way out of turn 2, they have opened up about 2 car lengths advantage over Brian Cates. And as they go up to turn number 3, these two look like they're going to try to stay in lockstep for the moment. We'll see if David Dickerson has other plans. And then we move back to see Kim and Joe Blanks running nose to tail for 4th and 5th place.
All right, so that last time coming down the front straight, Brian, as we had Schechter and Dickerson come out of turn 10, Dickerson, who had about a 6 car length advantage over Brian Cates, moved to the inside, tried to make a quick decision to make a pass on our leader, Sam Schechter, almost immediately thought better of it. I think what happened is he probably realized by doing so, he was going to bring Brian Cates back into the game by opening up a huge hole in the wind. Got back behind Schechter almost immediately. Cates was still able to draft up, knocked about 3 car lengths off of a 6 car length advantage that our 2 leaders had. And we're now watching them come out of turn 10, and as they cross the stripe and complete lap number 4, complete lap number 3. Pardon me. Again, they're going to go side by side down into turn 1, and we can see how quickly Brian Cates is able to close up on our 2 leaders who are side by side going through turn 1.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're going to have to battle this out pretty quickly because remember, we still have that standing yellow into turn 3 for that Lee McNish machine. So as they come up on there, Dickerson's going to have to give that up to the 155 there of Sam Schechter as they go by that McNish machine. I tell you what, Greg, as this battle rages on through the rest of this race, that is going to be a spot where you've got to get your passing done before you get before you get out of turn 2.
Yep, and for these drivers, that's going to be really important, especially considering that here at this track, turns 1 and turns 3 are probably going to be your best passing opportunities. So as long as that local yellow is out, they are going to have to oblige to concede any type of overtake.
Absolutely, Dominic. As our leaders now are coming out of turn 8, you're right. They're going to have to make a decision of where am I going to set myself up from the pass if that car is going to have to stay there. It is far enough out. They may drop the yellow at some point in time. Right now, they still have it out as this race progresses on. Here comes our leaders. Now Dickerson's going to be on driver's left. Sam Schechter in driver's right as they go down past the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1. So they've actually flip-flop positions on the racetrack. But again, side by side, going to have to get that done before they get out of turn 2, Dominic, because remember, we're coming up on that yellow flag zone there in turn 3. Looks like they may have dropped it now. So they held it up there for about 2 laps, and it does look like they've dropped that in turn 3. So, again, we can go resume racing there full all the way out to the rest of this race, guys.
Yep, and now that we have resumed racing, David Dickerson takes over the top spot from Sam Schechter. That has, however, allowed Brian Cates, who's running in third, to close right back in on those on the top 2. So we have a nose-to gearbox battle for our top 3 in class at the moment.
Yeah, they go down through turn 5. It's still going to be Dickerson over Schechter and Cates. Cates is reeled back in. Jisoo Kim probably about another 4.5 seconds back with Joe Blanks. Those guys are still nose to tail headed through 5. They'll be coming up through turn 8 here in a minute. I don't think they're going to be able to close that on that front 3, but if that front 3 starts to battle down the front stretch, as we've seen the last 2 laps, Greg, you can throw Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks right back into the lead or battling
into that
for the
lead group.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Is two laps side by side is going to be enough to really wreak havoc. And now as they come out of turn 10, it is David Dickerson who has almost a 7-car length advantage over Sam Schechter. Brian Cates now closing up onto the gearbox, right onto the back of our second place runner, Sam Schechter, as they go down hard into turn 1. It's then about 20 car lengths back to Jisoo Kim with Joe Blanks, only about 4 car lengths back as they now head into 1 as well, Dom.
And as our leaders come out of turn number 2 and on the way to 3, Dickerson has opened up around 4 car lengths over Schechter, who then has another 2 back to Brian Cates. Brian Cates, who did start this race in 3rd place, has been just sitting back there looking where he might be able to take advantage as we have Jisoo Kim run just a little bit wide coming out of turn 3 and is able to keep it going.
Tell you what, guys, as they head down into turn 5, our leaders, one of the things that's going to play out here for the next 10 laps in this race is going to be the sun coming out of turn 5.
It's late in the
You
day.
know that when you're a late afternoon group, especially as we're getting into the fall here, the fall season, that sun becomes a factor trying to get in through turn 6. So if you're really key on trying to hit your mark right there, you may miss it by, a foot or 2, and next thing you know, the car behind you, they may not miss it, and they're going to be able to right up on your back.
Yeah,
your box.
especially here at Summit Point where we've got very tall trees that ring almost the entire track. But one place where they're a little bit lower is as you come out of turn 5, you head over towards turn 6A, and that's going to be basically pointing straight towards the sun as they go through 6A, 6B. And, as we're at about 5 o'clock here in, early October, it is definitely something to worry about, something that these racers may not have had to contend with if we didn't have that long period of oil cleanup at turn 1 after the big bore race.
Yeah, I tell you what, you always, whenever you see the schedule come out, and you always know that, we're getting through September and October time frame, Dominic, what ends up happening, you're one of those later groups, your first reaction is I've got to make sure I have the dark shield on my visor.
Yep, absolutely. And something I've seen used primarily more for the for the enclosed cars is sometimes they'll take pieces of tape and put them right across. So basically, you have better sightline vision for when the sun does get lower as the day goes on.
And that's something that somebody in a Spec Racer Ford is not going to be able to do, of course. Except maybe run some tape across the top of their visor, maybe almost as like a almost like a windshield banner. With maybe a little Sharpie and that nice little message written in reverse for the car ahead of you, something along those lines. As our leaders now coming out of turn 10, they're going to be completing their 7th of 15 laps here. And David Dickerson, driver of the number 38 machine out of Wall, New Jersey, he is your leader. He now extends the gap to, it's listed as 1 second. It's about 7 car lengths, about another 6 back to Brian Cates, who is our current MARRS championship leader. And I think he's going to be pretty content right now, knowing that John Hall is not here and knowing that he's got an advantage over Jisoo Kim, who is currently running 3rd in the championship.
I'll tell you what, our front leaders, as they head up to turn 3, we talked about Lee McNish and that car sitting over there. I think that yellow flag may have enabled them to spread out even more because they were nose to tail. But at some point, you have to slow down going through, getting into that yellow zone. You know it's there. The minute they drop it, you go back to racing. It does throw off a little bit of your strategy, knowing you've got 2 or 3 laps with a yellow underneath there. So I think that you're seeing the Dave Dickerson, Schechter, and Brian Cates now. They're starting to spread out, as well as Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks.
All right, so let's check in with Charlie Greenhouse, driver of the number 27 machine. As we mentioned, he took he took my line on the start, went to the grass almost immediately. Hopefully Mike Amy isn't listening to that. But Greenhouse now running 6th, so he did make up a position. And actually, I think he made up that position when Lee McNish went off at turn 3 early on. A little bit further back, and it is turning into actually a pretty good battle between the number 27 car, who's just now crossing the start-finish line, and the 75 of John Mielo. Mielo out of Pittstown, New Jersey. Lost a little ground that last time by. He's about 2.5 car lengths back as they now go under braking into turn 1.
Yeah, you talk about Charlie Greenhouse again, still staying in that 6th position, able to hold on to that gap over John Mielo, and that's about a 1 second gap between them. So again, John not able to reel Charlie Greenhouse in. Charlie seems to look pretty good here in this car. Obviously, very comfortable with it. Drives somewhat similar to that in his electric, EVSR machine. So again, good to see him out here getting a second run for the day. I know he was up here just shortly before going out, talking about that, and was pretty excited about it. So again, I'm sure he would like to catch up to that Jisoo Kim Joe Blanks machine and get into that battle as well.
All right, so now coming out of turn 10, and it now appears to be less of a 3-car fight and more of a 2-car fight, as Sam Schechter's made up a little bit of ground on David Dickerson. Matter of fact, Schechter just running the fastest lap of the race here with a 1:19.812, and that's about 0.12 of a second faster than Sam Schechter, or probably than Dave Dickerson just put in. But more importantly, they're both clearing ground and starting to slip away from Brian Cates sitting in 3rd. And I'm sure more than anything else, the less chance of it being a 3-car fight at the end and more the chance of it being a 2-car fight between Dickerson and Schechter, the better.
Yeah, Schechter, just as you said, running a little bit faster lap than Dave Dickerson as they came out of 2, Dominic, and you were looking at it just as well as I was. Schechter, he closed the door even more as we look down through here. Looking at the cameras here, we'll wait for them to come out of turn 8 because they've already gone through turn 5. We'll see how close he's able to get to that Dave Dickerson machine.
Yeah, and it looks like the gap now as they come out of turn 8, start heading up the hill between our 2 leaders, about 3 car lengths. So maybe Dickerson has started to stretch things out just a little bit more over Schechter that time, and about 8 car lengths back, actually more than 8, probably closer to 15 car lengths that time, back to our 3rd place runner, Brian Cates, as we now complete lap number 10, working lap 11, with 5 laps remaining here at Summit Point Raceway for our first day of competition.
Yep. And this last lap, Sam Schechter runs the fastest lap of the race thus far, 1 minute 19.619. The last time through, David Dickerson was 1:19.690. So very close in terms of lap time, but Sam Schechter getting the better of him this time. And interesting note about David Dickerson, also has SCCA experience in the Radical SR3. Of course, Daniel Torres and Wisco Engineering have a big hand in the Radical program for the Radical Cup North America, as well as other programs. So definitely David Dickerson has experience in different types of machinery, but all open cockpit cars, which might be his
his
preferred
forte.
method.
Yeah.
I tell you what, again, you were just talking about that Sam Schechter a little bit faster. I think where Dave Dickerson is starting to pull away a little bit and where he's able to keep that lead, it looked like it is really going from through turns 5 up through turn 8. I think from turn 8 all the way really down into through turn 2, that's where Sam Schechter is a little bit faster through those sections. So they're going to be coming up on the 35 of Jeffrey Wilson the next time they get down into turn 1 and turns 2. We'll see how Dave Dickerson's able to handle that and get around him, and whether or not that allows Sam Schechter to close the door even more, Dominic.
Yep. And as they make their way through turn number 1, as you mentioned, they are going to be coming up on some of the lap traffic. As they make their way out of turn number 2, looks as though Dickerson was able to safely get around Jeff Wilson. Now it's Sam Schechter's turn to try to get around as well. And as Schechter goes up to turn number 3, gets just a little bit bogged down by the 35 car, but is able to go to driver's left and make his way through.
That time by, Dickerson was 0.2 faster than Sam Schechter. Greg, I'm going to drop back here just a little bit. We talked about Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks. That car battle, that has opened up. Joe Blanks is starting to fall back. Charlie Greenhouse and Joe Milo is starting to reel in Joe Blanks in that 74 machine. They're going about a half a second faster.
Actually, more than that. It's actually that last time by. Actually, you're right. About half a second. It is still, though, about a little bit less than 4 seconds separating them. So they've still got a long way to go. But we'll track to see if they can track that down. Mielo still not quite close enough to even get up to the gearbox of Greenhouse. May not be in the draft any longer, just maybe running this on pace, but they're definitely closing things down on Joe Blanks as our leaders go down into turn 1, and Dickerson now stretching out his advantage a little bit over Sam Schechter. Neither driver running their fastest laps of the race, but Dickerson extending out almost 0.2 of a second.
So I was going to say, just now, we were just talking about him. I do not see Charlie Greenhouse come back through the start-finish line. So somewhere along the way, Charlie may have gone off somewhere, because he is starting to drop, because John Milo just went by. We're looking here for the 31. Here comes Kreminga going from there. Dominic?
And Brian, we're able to locate Charlie Greenhouse. He is taking it back to the paddock here on the access road, so he is going to retire.
Yep, so evidently he came out of turn 2 the last time when he was there and made the right-hand turn through our little access road. So he is coming up the back way through their back into the paddock. So Charlie Greenhouse's run here is now officially done. So next time by, it looks like we are going to have Dave Dickerson, who's coming out of turn 10 right now, crossing the start-finish line. There's going to be 2 laps to go in this race, Greg.
Yeah, and I'm getting word that Charlie Greenhouse down at turns 1 and 2. Apparently, he went for a pretty good ride and impacted the tire wall. So we'll take a look at. And actually, he's past us right now, so we can't see if it impacted that fiberglass body of the car or not. But that is the story there. As we now watch, and looking at that battle, and as you mentioned, kind of closing down a little bit now with Greenhouse gone. Mielo is still about 5 seconds. that would be a tremendous gap.
That's 2 laps.
I was to say I wouldn't be able to track that one. But Mielo and then Bruce Kreminga now running his fastest lap of the race so far. Keith Frazier, the number 7 machine, has started to close things down just a little bit on Bruce Kreminga. Frazier running 8th, Kreminga running 7th. That last time by Frazier almost 0.3 of a second faster than Kreminga.
Yeah. I think our leaders are now coming up underneath the bridge, coming out of turn 10. Here they come now. That is Dave Dickerson. He should be getting the 1-to-go board.
That's it.
Right now, Schechter a little bit wide there coming out of turn 10. Got all four wheels to driver's left of the rumble strips, which he normally doesn't do. So pushing the limits there, Greg.
Well, I was going to say we are indeed working the last lap here. David Dickerson expanding his lead out to 1.4, almost 1.5 seconds. That last time by picking up about a tenth of a second, but for the last 3 laps in a row, Dickerson has really been expanding out that gap back to Sam Schechter. As you can see, Schechter trying to open up corners as much as possible, carry as much speed as he can to try and make up the gap.
Yeah, you have to wonder halfway through the race, Dominic, as we were watching Sam Schechter, that lead started to open up a little bit, and then it started to shrink, whether or not Dickerson was just trying to take care of the equipment to get it through this 15-lap race, which enabled Sam Schechter to close the door. And when he knew that he got to that certain gap, then Dickerson was able to get back on the throttle a little bit faster and get that car set up with those tires.
Yep. And Brian, something else that I observed was that at the start of the race, Sam Schechter really seemed to go hard in the beginning of the race and may have just run the equipment down, or maybe his energy level down even at the beginning, and wasn't able to really challenge us. We do see David Dickerson and Sam Schechter coming around turn 10 for the last time.
Yep. All right, and here they come. Out of turn 10, checkered flag in the air, and taking the win today in the 15-lap heat race for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 is David Dickerson. Sam Schechter is going to finish second, and now we wait for Brian Cates, who just now comes out of turn 10. He goes and puts Eric Prepsius a lap down, but Brian Cates, he's going to come home now in third. Jisoo Kim crosses the stripe in the number 11 machine. He's going to finish fourth, coming home in fifth, and crossing the line here now is the 74 machine. That is Joe Blanks. John Mielo, good distance back, just crosses the stripe. He's going to finish sixth. Bruce Kerminga will finish seventh. Keith Frazier now coming out of turn 10 as well, as Frazier really closed things up on the 31 machine. Frazier, for the second lap in a row, runs his fastest lap of the race at a 122.3, almost 7/10 faster than Kerminga. If he had one more lap, he might have been able to pick up another position, but Keith Frazier comes home in eighth. Eric Prepsius finishes ninth. Jeff Wilson rounds out the top 10. All right, so, gentlemen, that's going to wrap things up for our first day of racing action here from Summit Point Raceway as part of the October MARRS. Let's take a look at what we have coming up tomorrow. Let's click on that button, on the schedule button, and there we go. Tomorrow, it is feature race day. We're going to start off with, however, our EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing at 8:15 a.m. Cars on course at 8:15. We're going to be on a little bit earlier than that, probably somewhere between 8 o'clock and 8:05 in the morning, but we're going to have that 10-lap race for the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship. We'll then have about 40 minutes of music and commercials, basically, as we have warm-up sessions for open wheel and closed wheel cars, and then we go MARRS Road Racing feature races for groups 1 through 3. Then we've got another race for our bracket road racers, and then we're going to wrap things up with the last 4 MARRS feature races of the weekend. So let's do this. I want to thank Brian. I want to thank Dominic for joining us here today, and of course we're all going to be back tomorrow. And let's do this. We're going to wrap things up. We're going to thank the great partners and sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region, of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, OG Racing, Radial Tire Company, and EVSR, and we'll see you tomorrow morning around 8 a.m.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.